Hello, everybody. Good morning, afternoon. Happy Monday. How are y'all doing today? Hope y'all had a nice weekend. This is such a good song. I love it.
I switched from due dates to due.
Sorry, I had to open a YouTube video, and it's spammed a net. Hey, Chris, what's up? Looks like comfy hoodie. It is a very comfy hoodie. Monday is comfy hoodie day. Because Mondays suck. They're almost worse than Tuesdays. The only worst day of the week that is not Monday is indeed Tuesday. Speaking of bad days, let me drink my coffee. So, how do y'all enjoy the Raceable first finish? This is what I thought of it, guys. This is what I think of the Raceable first finish. Delicious. What's up? It definitely finished. I would like you to know that this is the most inconvenient cup I've ever drunk anything out of. It is rounded where you want to drink. So it's like you're you're basically kissing the cup, and then the coffee still just pours down the mug. It's so bad. Horrible. Well, yeah, so I guess the boss died. That was so strange. It was so strange. Like, I woke up in the morning. I didn't even check the race because I woke up. I wake up at a time where Echo hasn't started raiding yet, and Liquid is asleep. Like, there's like this one like short moment where sometimes that happens. I think most of the time. Or it's like the end of the Liquid raid day, and then there's just like overtime stuff, blah, blah, blah. Well, so anyway, so I woke up and I was like, I'm just gonna check Discord and, Twitter and whatever. And then people were like, guess the boss died. And I'm like, huh? So I checked, and the boss died. So I was like, interesting. It was just so strange. And don't get me wrong, let me say something before we talk about this any further. I do think that Liquid played incredibly well, and they're insane gamers, and they clearly deserved to win this Raceable first. Like, I'm not at all trying to make it any less of an achievement or whatever for Liquid, because they did obviously play really well. At no point in the race were they ever behind. They're always just like played well and killed the boss, and they won, right? So huge congrats to Liquid. They played incredible, like they did last year as well. I mean, last year they probably played even better, if that's even possible. But last year they also that was insane. But anyway, so yeah, Liquid, nothing against their performance. They obviously did really well. But the last boss, or the whole tuning of the tier, is definitely a little bit meh. And I don't think that Blizzard intended this to happen either. So here's my hot take. And in my head, this makes sense. So we all know that the Race to Well First is really good for World of Warcraft when it comes to like the marketing aspect of it, right? So the Race to Well First is a community event that gathers so many viewers that any other gaming company could dream of being a community event, right? Most other games have to create these events themselves and pay for them themselves to get all of this marketing and all of this attention into the game, right? Blizzard, on the other hand, they're lucky enough to have the Race to Well First be a community organized event and still get so many viewers that they get all of the benefits from the marketing aspect of it, right? So Blizzard definitely cares about the Race to Well First quite a lot because it is, beneficial to them. So I think that Blizzard definitely did not intend this to happen like that. They just got in a little bit of a tricky situation where they probably did not expect or didn't really want Styx to and Lock and Step to like last this long. And then they kind of have gotten into a situation where they were getting closer and closer to the reset of the second week. And the absolute worst thing that can happen for the Race to Well First, for the viewers, for the raiders, and for Blizzard, is if the last boss dies around the reset time. Because we all know that we do not have a reset that is aligned. We have Tuesday reset for NA, and we have Wednesday reset for EU. So Blizzard tries very hard for bosses to not die around reset time, because that will make it really unfair and no one would like that, right? So Blizzard tries really hard to not have that happen. The problem was, because of some of the previous bosses tuning that was a little bit harder than they probably expected, the second reset has gotten to like a point where they were probably thinking, fuck, if Gallywix is really difficult now, then the boss might die on Tuesday for an A, and that'd be really bad. So Blizzard was in a situation where they were like, fuck, we need the boss to die this reset, so we need to make sure that it's not too hard, but we also don't want to make it too easy because otherwise it's underwhelming. And probably what happened is that they just missed the mark a little. They made the boss slightly too easy than what they wanted it to be. I do think that they wanted the boss to be a little bit harder to die around Monday or so. Because the biggest problem, or the biggest downside for Blizzard in this one, is that they took away the excitement of the last boss. And that is the number one thing that gives the most viewers from the whole race, right? Which is the biggest marketing point of the Race to Well First, is right before the last boss dies. The amount of people that are watching the Race to Well First right before the last boss dies is incredible, right? Especially if the race is close between the guilds. So that's kind of what Blizzard wants. Blizzard wants both of the guilds, or maybe all three guilds, to be the last boss. They want the last boss to be difficult enough for it to be close, for it to be a back and forth between the guilds, so it gathers the most amount of viewers, right? Because the more viewers the race has, the more marketing it is for the game, right? Simple as that. So this is definitely not something that Blizzard intended, and they definitely quite missed the mark, which sucks for everyone kind of involved, because the goal that Blizzard has is also the goal that we have as viewers, right? We want the race to be close, because that's when it's the most exciting. So, yeah, this is like the whole race, or like I don't want to say the whole race, but Gallywix in particular was definitely like a letdown when it comes from when it's from us viewers, right? From a viewer perspective, the last boss definitely was a letdown. I'm not sure how it was for the raiders. Like, I assume they also wanted it to be a little bit harder, I guess. But for us viewers, it was definitely like meh. Max said all the viewers, more than the Liquid channel, Echo channel, and Beta channel combined. Yeah, I'm not saying that, like, obviously it was good for Max, right? But the race would have had a lot more viewers if it was a close race, is what I'm saying. Like, the whole Warcraft channel, because Blizzard does not care who has the viewers. Like Blizzard doesn't care if it's Max that has the viewers or the Liquid channel or the Echo channel or Gingy. Like they don't care. They want the viewers to be in the Warcraft section, right? For Blizzard, that's what they want. Because no matter who they're watching, it's still advertisement for the game in the end, right? So if the race would have been close between the two teams and it would have been like a back and forth, kind of like Firak, then there would have been a lot more viewers that were watching the race, obviously, right? I think we can all agree that that's true. Because the way it happened now was that Max did get a lot of viewers, but only like once they killed it or right before they killed it, and then they were gone pretty quickly afterwards again. Like, Max only had this like spike in viewership for a short amount of time. If the race would have been really close between Echo and Liquid, and it would have been like a back and forth for a couple of hours, then the viewership would have been really high across the board for a long period of time, right? Until the boss dies, which obviously would have been better for everyone involved, the viewers and Blizzard, and probably also the main broadcast from the orcs as well. So I'm not saying, I'm not talking about the viewers between the channels, I'm talking about the overall viewers. Liquid said they love progging the boss whose mechanics were unknown. Yeah, I can imagine that's really fun. But it was too easy, yeah. I feel like TC's reaction was a good sum of the boss kill for the players and the viewers, yeah. I think no matter what, they would complain. Yeah, oh yeah, people always complain no matter what. But I think, I mean, I do think it's a very valid, well, I mean, complaint. It's not even like, I think people can voice their opinions without it necessarily being, it's like, oh, they're complaining all the time, you know, like I think most people that love watching the race go first can agree that this race wasn't really that exciting to watch at the end. I mean, whoever says otherwise is just coping really hard. Like, clearly, it wasn't a close race. That doesn't mean that some of the previous bosses were bad, or it doesn't mean that Liquid doesn't deserve the win or whatever. Like that, obviously they do, as I mentioned earlier. Like obviously Liquid deserves the win, and I'm not trying to take away from their win. But to say that the race was like super exciting to watch at the end, like that would just be cope, because it wasn't. Like if you compare this to like something like Firak or whatever, then I also think the last race wasn't that exciting to watch because Liquid was so far ahead. Now the last race was more exciting to watch at the end than this one, because Anzarak was more difficult and closer, or like a more exciting way of the race to end compared to Galawix. But still, like the closer the race is, the more interesting it is to watch, in my opinion. And I assume most people kind of agree with this, right? Imagine if the start were reversed, Liquid starting to this. Why are we talking about head start? This has nothing to do with the head start. This has nothing to do with the reset. Why are we talking about that? I'm confused. Hey Kaisen, what's up? Good morning, Hair Clock. How are you doing? I agree, but you're always gonna have someone complaining. Yeah, and so what? There will always be people complaining, but what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that Blizzard should not try to make the last boss closer or like more difficult than it is, or shouldn't change the tuning for next time because everyone's gonna complain anyway? Like I'm just saying that the statement of someone always complains is not necessarily relevant, because it depends how many people are complaining and about what they're complaining, right? Maro, thank you so much for 62 months. Appreciate that so much. Appreciate that. I hope you had a nice weekend. It also depends what they're complaining about, right? Because if you're complaining about something that can change versus something that is a lot more difficult to change. Like, for example, people constantly complain about the reset and complain about hotfix timings and RNG and blah, blah, blah. And those things are not that easy to just fix, right? But obviously, the thing that people complain this time around about the last boss being underwhelming, I think that's something that's I don't want to say it's easy to fix, but we've had it differently in the past. So that is definitely something that they can do differently next time. And I think so complaining about this is totally like a valid thing to have an opinion of. And as I said earlier, I do think that Blizzard is very well aware of this, and they would also want it to be different. I don't think Blizzard sits there and is like, oh no, this was really good. Perfect tuning. Yeah, this was a nice, I think they also missed the mark. They didn't intend it to happen this way. So I do think even without us voicing our opinions, they would still try and make it different the next time. Yeah, I don't think, I definitely think that Blizzard did not think that some of the earlier bosses were as difficult as they were. And I do think that they wanted Gallywix to be a little bit harder. Because obviously the boss didn't need to die when it died. The boss could have survived until today and it would have been fine. Right? As long as the boss does not survive the reset, the second reset, it's all good. Of course, they shouldn't make it super close. Because if they make it so close that it then actually just goes into the reset, then it's all messed up, right? So Blizzard didn't intend some of the earlier bosses to be as hard as they were, and Blizzard also didn't intend Gallywix to die as fast as it did. I'm pretty sure about this. Obviously, I don't know for certain because I can't read their minds. But I very heavily assume that they didn't want the boss to die when it died. They wanted it to survive until Sunday, Monday at least. No, they definitely wanted the boss to die before reset, yeah. They definitely, that's why they probably made it too easy in the end. Because they definitely do want it to die before reset, of course. And then they just overshot the mark a little bit. Gallywix seems to be lacking a face. I don't necessarily think that Gallywix is lacking a face. I think it just lacked some difficulty. Here and there. Isn't it bad in the first place that they are trying to influence the race in that way? What do you mean? Obviously, Blizzard is influencing the race by literally everything they do. Right? They are designing the boss. They are tuning the abilities. They're literally, they are the ones in charge of how hard or easy a boss is. So the fact, I don't think it's a bad thing at all that they are trying to hit certain tuning passes for bosses to die in certain times for the race. They're guiding the race in a certain way by changing things mid-competition because it's not going how they want. Yes. And this is very important. You have to keep in mind that the race will first would not actually exist if Blizzard wouldn't specifically try and cater the tuning around the race will first at the start. Because if they make bosses too easy and everything gets cleared in one day, it's boring. If they make it too hard and a boss survives for a month because it's unkillable until you have renown something, that would also be incredibly underwhelming when you think about it, right? Like, we don't want bosses to live for that long, because then they would be incredibly difficult, unkillable even, and it would just be underwhelming. Then there would be like 20 guilds on the same boss because it's an unkillable boss, and once you finally have the thing to kill it, then people go in and kill it, and it's just, you know? You seen how Method is handling third kill right now? They went into 1 hour of serious talk right after the kill. None looked happy. I mean, you're reading a lot into this. I did not see any of this, so I don't know. Like, they probably assumed that they could kill Gallywix a little bit faster. And then they just didn't manage to. But to, like, read anything into this now, because they didn't look happy. Like, but yeah, I mean, if their goal is to get second at least, or to try get second and they make third, and it's not like, and they were struggling a little bit, then it's fine. I mean, it happens, yeah. And if they have a guild talk where they just talk about like the performance or whatever at the end, that's fine, right? Doesn't mean it has to be a bad conversation. Maybe it was a motivational conversation. Maybe they literally just said, hey guys, you know what? We didn't do so well at the end, but we can do it next time. We're keep improving, you know? Maybe it was literally a motivational talk. So to read anything into a conversation you didn't actually hear. Yeah, that Jazz, I agree. Method was better last year, but lost players are just understandable. Were they better last year? I'm not sure, honestly. Were they actually? I feel like the biggest drawback to Race of Earth is that there are always the same 3 to 4 guilds competing. No other guilds can get that much support, sponsor community to pull that off. I mean, I agree. Well, I partially agree, and then at the same time, I kind of don't. Because the fact that it's not an official race means that we have these like individual broadcasts, right? So as a viewer, it's actually nicer that there's less guilds that are actually competitive enough, because imagine there would actually be like 5 or 6 different guilds that are all that are all capable of winning. You wouldn't be able to follow all of that, right? Like, imagine having to watch 5 or 6 different streams constantly. Like, that would be too much. If it was like an official race, I think it would be cool if there were more guilds competing, that it would actually all be competitive. But the way we have it at the moment, with it being community-based and split broadcasts, I think it's better for there to be fewer guilds. Donigan, thank you so much for the 20 months and the tier 3. Thank you so much. You're the best. Appreciate that. Thank you, Donigan. How was your weekend? There's a lot of barriers to entries, guys. Like this is not just like, that's not just one thing. Like, people say, oh, they don't have enough sponsors to compete. Oh, they don't have enough this to compete. Dude, it's literally everything, yeah? It's not one thing or the other. It's the players. It's the experience. it's, as you said, also like sponsors and like helpers and whatnot. It's the time commitment, the money that it costs. Like, it's everything combined. Yeah, you also have to consider that there really aren't that many players that are even willing to compete in a race wall first. Like, the players that are capable to compete and also willing to compete is not that high. Because the amount of time that it takes, the time investment to be a race wall first player is insane for what you get out of it. I mean, you have to be super passionate about it, or you need to want to be like a streamer on top of a raider for it to be worth it for an individual raider. If you're only raiding and you do nothing else, like you don't stream, you don't create any other content, you don't do anything else, then you have to be like just really passionate about the game, yeah? Because they don't make money. I mean, not like, they do probably make money, but if they would just go get a normal job, they would make more, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Unless they're like a content creator or some other like personality in the game that gets more viewers and whatnot, yeah? Like, because if you look at the time they invest and how much they get in return, and so that's why there aren't really many players overall in the game that are really willing to do this or can do this. Like, you can't just like do this if you don't have some sort of like savings or some support. I'm curious about what it would be if some common rules would be set, like no splits, for example. I mean, I personally would also like to see a race where the guilds just come together and set rules, but that's not really a possible scenario when so many guilds would have to agree with one another. And then who is the judge? That's the issue. It's like, it's a community-based event. There's no bigger entity that rules over the race wall first. So if the guilds like come together in a somewhat like private meeting or whatnot, and they decide on some rules, who's enforcing them? Who pays attention to all of this? Right? Like, it's a bit of a strange thing where if they say, hey, we're not going to do any splits, and then they all agree, and then most guilds don't do any splits, but then one, like a Chinese guild, does a bunch of splits, but they don't stream it. I mean, you can probably still see it anyway. It's not like it would be hidden, but still. And then they maybe win, and then it's like a shit show, and then people could say, oh, but they didn't really win, but it's like, the most important change is finally the worldwide synchronized release. Well, you can't really do a synchronized release through the community. Right, because then the problem would be the Chinese guilds, the EU guilds, and the NA guilds would all have to agree that they don't start raiding until the last server comes up, which would be Thursday, right? So they all start raiding on Thursday. And they all have to stop raiding on Tuesday again, because that's when NA gets a reset again. So they would just raid Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Well, Thursday, not even the whole day. So it would just be half of Thursday, full Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then half of Monday before reset is again. And then no one's raiding and no one's doing anything on Tuesday, Wednesday, and half of Thursday, because that's when there's reset days. That would be just really strange. My concern is about what players experience. They seem drained from the splits. Okay, well, listen, you don't have to feel bad for the players. They choose to participate, yeah? They do this willingly. No one is forcing them to do this. If they don't want to participate, they don't participate. They're adults and make their own decisions. You don't have to be sad about them or, like, worried. Yeah, the problem, of course, one of the EU's problems is the fact that Method and Echo kind of has to split the helpers. Because obviously, NA is a completely separate region and they only have Liquid that is doing Wrestle first. So everyone that wants to help Liquid is helping Liquid. Or everyone that wants to help the Wrestle first is helping Liquid. On EU, obviously, there's Echo and Method, so everyone that plays on EU that wants to help within the Wrestle first, they have to decide, okay, am I helping Echo, am I helping Method? Now, I don't think it necessarily was an issue for Echo in the past. I do think it was an issue for Method in the past, that a lot of people just want to help Echo. But I don't think Echo necessarily had issues with not getting enough helpers, as far as I'm aware. At least I didn't hear anything about that. But yeah, for a guild like Method, or if there would be even more guilds that are trying to compete, that would become a problem at some point, right? Like, if you're the 4th guild to compete for the Wrestle first on a server, maybe there's no one left that actually wants to help you. How do you think Blizzard can get rid of splits? They cannot. I don't think Blizzard can get rid of splits in a way that would not affect a normal player, and that's something that we don't want. I honestly don't think splits are a big deal. As a viewer. Okay, so don't get me wrong. I personally hate splits. I never ever want to do splits ever again. I hate splits. But do I care that the Wrestle first is doing splits? Not really. Because the Wrestle first is always going to do the most degenerate stuff possible, yeah? Like, you can literally delete splits, and they will do some other degenerate thing. Like, they are just going to do whatever it takes to get tiny little upgrades here and there. They will just be degenerates. You know, that's just how it is. So, as a viewer, it's really boring to watch splits, right? But then don't watch them. Like, that's what I do. If there's, like, let's say, for example, there's a normal and heroic week. Just don't fucking watch normal heroic week. If Mythic is not released yet, why would I watch a week of them doing heroic and normal? No, that's boring. Just don't watch it. And if heroic and Mythic gets released at the same time, then you can be sure, 100% sure, that the first 2 days, at least, there's only splits. So don't watch the first 2 days. Just don't watch it. Or just, like, check in once in a while, see if they, like, just open the stream. Are they doing Mythic? No. Turn off stream, you know? Like, it's really not that hard. If they don't do anything interesting, then don't watch it. That's my opinion, at least, you know? So I don't really care about splits existing for the race to first, because I'm not participating, so I don't have to do them. And the players that are doing them, they choose to participate, so they are doing them willingly. And I, as a viewer, I can just like tune in whenever they do Mythic, which is a few days later, right? And that's fine, whatever. The one thing that I will say is true is the fact that because the Race Will First guilds are doing splits, it forces Blizzard to tune the bosses harder, which makes them, by default, almost impossible for anyone not doing splits, which is really bad for the Mythic guilds overall, like the top Mythic guilds. If you are a top 10 or top 20 Mythic guild, and you reach bosses that are tuned for the Race Will First, so tuned for split rates, then you can't kill them, because you don't have the gear, you don't have the resources, the gear, the class stacking available to you to kill these bosses. You can't. And that does suck. So if split rates would somehow be stopped by Blizzard, which again, I don't think is really doable, but if there was this magic kind of rule or change that Blizzard could do to stop split rates, I do think it would be better overall for Mythic tuning. So Mythic Raiders wouldn't have to fight some insane boss fights in the first few weeks. White, thank you so much for 26 months. Appreciate that so much. And Komu, thanks for 79 months. Welcome back. How are you doing? Thank you. Yeah, come true. Yeah, it's true. The race for first time was so fast. It wasn't actually that fast. This race actually took a decent amount of time. I think it took more time than last race. At least 1 day longer or something. 12 days, yeah. Yeah, the last boss was fast, but the other bosses were still very difficult. Personal loot first 2 weeks. No, but that doesn't stop split rage, right? Like the personal loot. Don't you guys remember when we had personal loot forced on everyone and the Racial First Guild still did split rates? Because we had that for a couple of tiers, yeah? And the Racial First still did split rates. So to say that personal loot would stop split rates is not true. We have the evidence that that's not true. Bring the personal loot. I do have to say that I personally also liked personal loot more. And I know that... I know that there's a little bit of an unpopular opinion amongst like Mythic Raiders, but... Like the number one reason why I personally always liked personal loot more is not because of... Like, because I like distributing loot. Like, I do generally like Loot Master for a Mythic Guild. The biggest problem is that Loot Master or group loot, the way we have it now, makes split rating so valuable. That almost every Mythic Guild feels the need to at least do 1 split raid in Heroic. Because if you have Master Loot or like group loot like we have now, then by doing 2 Heroic raids, you literally double the amount of loot you got on your raiders. With personal loot, that was not true. With personal loot, it was completely useless to do a split raid. So that's why I personally liked personal loot more. Not because of the fact that I would just get items. That's not something I really cared about. I do think that master loot makes sense because it lessens the RNG on who gets your items and you can distribute them on the players that you're actually playing and stuff. So I do think master loot is good. But I care more about split rating than I care about the loot being distributed properly. So that's why I always thought personal loot is better. For the pure reason that it makes split rating a lot less valuable for normal mythic guilds. Can a normal guild kill mythic Galliwix with no nerf? Very likely, considering that it only took them like 50 to 100 tries or so to kill the boss. So it's very, very likely that it doesn't have to be nerfed. We do have evidence that personal loot was a horrendous idea, but what evidence do you mean, Jet? Why was it a bad idea? Or in what regard? Because just to make it clear, like I was not talking about the ritual first right now, yeah. I was talking about personal loot when it comes to a normal mythic guild. I don't give a shit what loot system we have for the ritual first because they do whatever the fuck anyway. Honestly. They were split rating with personal loot, they were split rating without personal loot, they were split rating no matter what. So it's like, who cares? Why is Sabrina Carpenter so hot? Sorry, I was distracted. Do you think Echo could have won if EU started at the same moment as NA? Okay, Jack. I mean, that's obviously a question that no one can answer, right? Because that's a complete different universe that we don't live in. Is it possible that Echo could have wanted to start at the same time? Yeah, maybe. Is it likely? Probably not. The main reason why I think that it isn't likely is because Echo would need to get used to this first. Like, I think people underestimate the different approaches that both an NA guild and a new guild takes. In this case, Echo and Liquid, right? So the way you approach the race first is heavily dependent on the reset time. So Echo plays the race differently than what Liquid does. Clearly, because they have a different head start, right? They start at different times. So if Echo would start at the same time as Liquid, then Echo would have to change the way they approach the race, because now all of a sudden they don't start later. And that's something they would have to get used to it first. They would have to change the way they strategize, the way they do splits, the way they approach the strategies for the bosses. When do they enter Mythic? They have to prepare a little bit more for the earlier bosses probably, compared to just waiting and see what Liquid does or NA guilds do. So yeah, they would just have to approach the race differently, which is not something that they have done yet. So Liquid has done this the whole time. They always start early, but Echo never did this. So I think if both Echo and Liquid would start at the same time right now, then Liquid would probably win. because Echo doesn't have the experience in this. Once they have done this a few times, or maybe just once, then they would get the experience, and then they would know what they have to do differently to also approach the reset the way Liquid does, in a sense. And then they could win maybe the next race. But I do think that the experience that Liquid has is pretty valuable in that regard, if they would start at the same time. Yeah, the reason why Echo killed Gallywix much faster was because they had all of the information from Liquid already, right? I'm good, Anders. How are you doing? You want me to remove the sticker? But it's important. Maybe it has some important information on there. I can't put it in a microwave. And I can't... I don't know what this means. I can't wash it? I don't think that's what it means. Unless... Would scaling item level in Mythic rate while the race is on be a solution to split problem, or would that feel too unnatural? Nah, that'd be very strange. I mean, no. Like, that would be really strange for anyone that isn't a raceable first guild, right? Like, imagine you're just a normal guild. And the first 2 weeks, you go into Mythic and you have like super good item level. And then the third week, once the race is over, you go back to like 10 item levels lower. That would feel super underwhelming. You don't watch those, so it's fine. Yeah, Hannah. Good. So I'm gonna do everything as per usual. The TLDR my title. What's the title? The race will first over. I have some thoughts. I can give you the TLDR, yeah. Are you listening? Right, the race will first is over. I have some thoughts. From an EU perspective, we have been crying for a global start on Race First. Also, wait, earlier said that Liquid was ahead the whole time, and this is obviously false. Echo was ahead at some point, of course. True, yeah. Echo definitely lost some time on Maxi, yeah. And I do also want to say that Echo played chicken a bit too much, in my opinion. In the second week. And this is not a bad thing. It could have paid off. I do think that, like, in hindsight, you're always smarter, right? So, like, sitting here, sitting pretty in this chair, being like, well, they should have done this, duh. Like, obviously, obviously, I'm not trying to say that it was, like, a stupid decision or anything, like, but it was just a strategic decision that did not really pay off for them. And in my opinion, that was when they decided to just do split rates and basically wait for Liquid to do their move. And that's sometimes what happens in the race for first. Like, in fact, this happens many times. Many times the guilds decide to just get some chores out of the way before they go into Mythic, because they don't want to reach a point in the Mythic race that the other guild has not reached yet, because whenever you do that, you give away information that might save time for the other guild. So if there's a boss that you could attempt that the other guild hasn't seen yet, then you're basically giving away information that is helping out the other guild, right? So you want to avoid this at all costs by playing chicken, and you play chicken by doing other things that you have to do instead of doing the thing that the progression part, right? So instead of going to attempt Maxi or one-armed bandit, you go and do split rates instead. Until the other guild is there, and then they might be forced to play the boss, and then they'll show you information, right? Sometimes, though, the amount of value that you get out of the chicken play that you do is little, right? Because there's only so many things you can do that actually give you value. Now, if you have to do certain split rates because the chances or the loot that you can get is so high that you have to do it anyway, at that point, it's a logical decision. Like, obviously, you're going to do a split rate first before you show the enemy team a boss that they can't see themselves. Like, before you give them information, you're obviously going to do a split rate that gives you lots and lots of value. Like, that makes sense. But the longer you go into the race first, the less value you can gain from these split rates and these other things that you can do. So the longer the race goes on, the more difficult it is to make a decision of playing chicken, right? Because if the amount of value you get out of a split rate is only very little, but you would gain a lot from actually just practicing the boss fight, but you choose to do the potential gear gain from like a split rate to not give away information, that is something that can backfire, right? And that is a strategic decision you have to make within the guild. You have to say, hey guys, are we gonna do split rates to potentially gain a 1% damage upgrade on some of our melee players, or do we go and do Mythic even though we're gonna give away information to the other guilds? And yeah, so these decisions, they happen all the time throughout the race. And many times these decisions go unnoticed by many people. And sometimes, I think specifically this race, when they killed... Shit, what's his name again? It's Styx, right? When they killed Styx... Or was it when they killed Lockenstock? No, when they killed Lockenstock, yeah. When I could kill Lockenstock on Tuesday, they went dark and tried one-armed bandit for a little while. Then what happened, though, is that on Wednesday, I think they didn't go into Mythic the whole day. Or they didn't try one-armed bandit the whole day. They re-cleared and they did heroic splits and stuff for the whole day, right? And I think that's something that was, in my opinion, in hindsight, was a little bit like, potentially like a little bit overboard. Because in the end, one-armed bandit wasn't actually that hard. And the amount of information that they would have given to Liquid wouldn't have actually been that bad. Now, obviously, this, again, is something that is like hindsight, you know? But I wonder if they would have done it differently if they knew. Like, I don't know if these split rates or if this like first reset day was really worth it. My favorite race so first so far? Well, to be fair, I'm biased because I participated in race so first, and my favorite race so first was Hellfire Citadel, of course. Hellfire Citadel was really good. Because I won. And the boss is really cool. But my most favorite race so first to watch, where I didn't participate, was probably... Probably... I don't know. Maybe Amir Drasil. I think that was really good. I think Amir Drasil was so good because they were so close. Right? I do think Amir Drasil was just really good at the end. Like, it was so good. It was so close. Right? Was there even any other race that was as close as Amir Drasil and also wasn't, like, super underwhelming in any other way? Like, something that was actually streamed. Of course, there were races that have been really good that were not streamed, but... Frag was your favorite too, Chris? Yeah, I mean, it was really close. I loved it. Do you remember the first race coming out that had Race of First coverage? The very first Race of First that was streamed was... Uldir, I think. Yeah, it was Uldir. And interestingly enough, that was also the race that Liquid could have won. If they didn't extend their ID. Oh no, the extent incident. Hey gamer, what's up? How are you doing? If Livid had won that, Race first could have died then and there. I actually don't think it would have died. But I do think it would have obviously been a big upset and a big outrage and drama. Oh, you think that Method wouldn't have streamed the next year? Oh, that's what you're saying. Maybe. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they wouldn't have streamed then. Gamer. Blizzard did a joke. Yeah, I agree. You should tune the Racel first. You should create the boss fights and tune the bosses. I think you'd do a much better job. Honestly, fuck Blizzard. I want to tune the bosses. Give me the power. How hard can it be? I have a calculator. I can talk to ChatGPT, like... I mean, it's probably what they're doing. Let's be honest here. Hey. Hey. I'd like to design a mythic boss for made-up Worlds of Warcraft raid. It should be the last boss of a raid, and it should be very difficult for the RWF guilds to struggle quite a bit. Can you come up with a fight and list some mechanics for the boss, please? Maybe also a mythic secret Mythic only secret phase. Thank you. It deleted my message. Okay, one more time. Alright, are you ready, guys? Okay, here's my boss. Xeltara, the Harbinger of Oblivion. Fellow boss of Sanctum of the Void. Xeltara is an ancient void entity, an eldritch being imprisoned for millennia beneath the ruins of an ancient titan stronghold. As the final boss of Sanctum of the Void, she embodies pure chaos, warping reality and unleashing devastating mechanics that will push even the best world first race guilds to their limits. Boss encounter overview. Fight style. Multi-phase, high complexity, mechanically dense. Boss health. Exceptionally high. With a doom clock. Tuning. Demands near perfect execution in later phases. Difficulty scaling hardest on Mythic, requiring precise movement, split-second reaction times, and perfect positioning. Phase 1. The Rift Awakens. Xeltara emerges, shattering the dimensional rift around her. Players must navigate a battlefield collapsing into the void. Key mechanics: Oblivion beams. 4 void beams fire across the arena, creating moving safe zones that change every 10 seconds. Reality Tear, a debuff that leaves an afterimage of a player in their last location. If they touch their afterimage, they explode, wiping the raids. Umbral Eruption. Xeltara marks players with black orbs that explode after 6 seconds, knocking everyone back. Players must use knockbacks and movement abilities to avoid being launched into void zones. Voidborn Titans. Xeltara summons 2 Titan Forge constructs that must be tanked apart. If they reach each other, they cast Entropic Fusion, easily killing the raid. Gaze of Harbinger. Xeltara targets 3 random players. If they face her within 2 seconds, they are instantly consumed by the void. Dude, this is actually like a whole boss fight, guys. There's an intermission phase, phase 2, phase 3. Let's read phase 3. End of all things. 40% to 0. Xeltara pulls the raid into a collapsing singularity. Space itself bends, time dilates, and survival becomes a war of attrition. Mechanics: Time Fracture. Certain players are marked and must run into designated zones to absorb damage. If mishandled, the timeline fractures, resulting in unavoidable raid-wide deaths. Void Chains. 2 players are chained together. They take increasing damage if they move apart, but are instantly killed if they get too close. Eternal Nightfall. The entire arena gradually darkens, reducing visibility and making AoEs nearly invisible. This seems like a great mechanic. Reality Collapse. At 10%, Xeltara begins a final cast. The only way to stop it is to sacrifice a raid member permanently. Just delete their character. The player sacrifice is removed from the instance entirely and cannot be resurrected. Blizzard, take notes! Hey Daisy, what's up? How are you doing? full soft enrage. Last Oblivion. At 5% HP, the boss casts Last Oblivion, where damage dealt by the raid is mirrored back onto them at 150% potency. The only way to finish the fight is by staggering DPS, executing immunity rotations, and precise cooldown usage. Guys, this is it. Guys, I would have a boss fight where people have to sacrifice characters that can never enter the raid again or get deleted, honestly. Just delete their characters, man. Guys, we got it. Blizzard, just hire me. We got this. I feel. For $10, you can get back your character. This is so good. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Cedrus, thank you so much for 5 months. Appreciate that. Hope you had a nice weekend. Thank you so much. Alright, let's play some video games. Just hope my character doesn't get deleted. So I still need to do a lot of implants to fill my vaults. And I need to do 1 raid boss as well. The first raid... Somebody needs to remind me to... Oh, I guess I can do it tomorrow as well. I would love to do Cinderbrew, because I need items there. Ah, fuck. I need like every item there drops except the ones that I got.
I have many lucky doos. You like?
This first mythic boss Puggable. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell because I wouldn't be getting invited. True! Wait, true, there's a new Spark, right? Custom exploit thing. Oh my god, I love exploiters. Huge shout out to the exploiters that made Blizzard add another Spark to the game. Thank you so much. Do you think you'll go skiing in the Alps this year? I already went skiing in the Alps this year, but I will go again this week probably. I will probably do another real life stream this week where I'm gonna go skiing because it's really nice weather this week. So I think we're gonna do a skiing stream. Are you guys excited? One final skiing stream before it's spring. Yeah, probably Curry, yeah. That does make sense. So, where's the Spark, dude? Wait, where am I?
Communication initiated.
Appreciate it, appreciate it. Wait, why am I missing one? I guess I need to do the weekly quest, huh? What's the quest again that I have to do? No.
Another interruption. Praise the machine.
Oh. Fuck. I forgot to take the quest. Shit.
That bit by bit,
Is it this quest?
we'll get our memories back. Begin speaking.
The Titan Fragment? God damn it. Well, shit. I guess we have to, we got Titan Fragments from Plus, right? But, not that many. I guess I have to do some world quests or something. Ugh. Delphs. Ugh. I'll do M plus until I get it. How's your weekend? Hey, Nevernude. I found myself with extra time after the race ended quickly. My weekend was nice. We did have a little bit of a birthday party at my place on Saturday. I baked 2 cakes. I baked an apple, like, sheet pancake that was really delicious. And then I baked a Russischer Zupfkuchen, which was also delicious, which is basically a cheesecake. Actually, both turned out really well. And when I say I baked it, it was the Thermomix that baked it. And I followed the instructions. Titan fragments don't drop from M+? Are you kidding? That is so messed up. That is so messed up. Tell me I have to do some stupid heroic dungeon? I did move to my new apartment, yeah, Lenya. Oh, sure, I could do the world bus. I didn't get from plus. Wait, so I just have to do a heroic dungeon. Now I'll just queue up, see what happens. 8-minute wait time, that's too long. Yeah, never knew. New first boss Stone Vault on Fowler Dungeon. Fowler Dungeon. How does that work again? Oh. Why Stone Vault?
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Oh, you sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
What is this? Am I currently leading?
What's this? Is that
Wouldn't it be fast and easy to kill at rares?
titanic
Guys.
technology enhanced with magical augments?
A million people said a million different things and I'm just doing one of them. Whatever. Is there a boss that is faster than the Stone Vault? It seems a bit slow.
The main door's locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access
Do I get
console.
cooldown for leaving now? No, okay. Is there a faster first boss? Not really, I guess. That's annoying. Thanks for 14 months, Tomioka. What's up? How are you doing? Thank you so much. And Cedrus, thanks for 5 months again.
So here we are. High Speaker Eirik. Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. We sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
I am feared. Guys, interrupt. One interrupt.
Is that golem fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical augments. Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Intruders approach activating defense protocols. Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged.
Rookery, nah, that's also pretty long. Or longer than this one, I guess. Because you have to kill the mobs and then there are P for the things to spawn, I guess. And this seems fast enough.
So here we are. High Speaker Eirik.
Hey, Borsmith, what's up?
He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. We sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie. What's this? Is that golem fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical augments. Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Activating defense protocols. Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged.
You have to kill him, but I do it just for the griffin to spawn, no? In Rookery. Like the griffin needs to spawn for me to move over, no? Yeah, never knew it. Oh, you can just click the orb.
So here we are.
And I guess this is also really fast.
Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. We sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie. What's this? Is that golem fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical augments. Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Activating
Just brilliant.
defense protocols. Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged. Dominant intruder identified. Offensive measures seismic protocol activated.
We can try Rookery one. Somebody give me the stopwatch. Stopwatch?
The Titans, you are here.
So
The
slow.
Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Frontal.
Here, we can link up later.
Now this is for sure slower.
The title, the glory,
I think.
it should have been mine, little friend.
Maybe. I don't know. Did somebody stopwatch?
Defensive. Defensive.
I'm not sure. I think someone's faster. 1/12 of the second he stepped in. 4:33 seconds difference.
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie. What's this? Is that golem fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magic.
I think the biggest difference here is that I need two sets of cooldowns, because I need to kind of use my cooldowns at the start when I have to kill the ads, right? Because I'm pulling like half the dungeon, and then the other dungeon I only need one set of cooldowns. Hey, Vicator, good morning, good morning.
Offensive measures engaged. Dominated trigger identified.
I guess I'm gonna craft a weapon now, or I mean I already have a decent weapon, but yeah, I'll craft a weapon. I got loot. Wait, this is actually the loot that I need. Just in higher item level. Oh, this one was 1 minute? Okay, nice. And I only had one set of cooldowns as well. Okay, so this is faster. Confirmed Stone Vault, the fastest dungeon, guys. Thank you, Hannah. You could have made up the timers and I would believe you.
High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie. What's this? Is that golem fused with something else?
Wait,
Titanic earthen technology
who died?
with magical options.
You fucking noob!
Brilliant.
Release, you idiot! Garrick!
Systems on.
You spawned right here!
Defense protocols.
God, I hate my followers.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged.
You know what I think of this paladin? That's what I think of this paladin.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged. All systems
Hey Clary, what's up? How you doing? Nicht so mit dir.
Another puzzle to solve? On to adventure.
At the Titan's command, we keepers began the
Noise.
acclamation. Each installation, all linked to the manifold, produced vast numbers of Titan-forged workers.
Do I have to wait around here? I guess not.
We fired the great forges to fuel the
Wait, do I have
acclamation
crests?
and empower the manifold to heal
Yeah, I
the
do.
ravaged world.
Noise.
Then
Alright, let's craft a
began
weapon then.
Construction of the core way, a direct
Let's see what the other druids are cooking up. Ordinary. Down. Ordinary. Okay, let me see this cook. Umbral. Umbral instead of touch. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. And everything else seems the same. Yeah. So no Incarn, right? I know. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's go and craft a two-hand. What do we need for that? Well, first we need and a crest. How does that work again?
I have an extended supply
I'm trying to
of
crests.
cloaks for outlanders.
This one seems correct.
My directive
But is that all you
has been
need?
fulfilled.
You just need to buy it and that's it? Oh,
Return and peruse
well, convenient. Sanctuary. Cool. Alright, so we then have to craft. Wait, let's see.
I have just the thing for you.
So, weapons. Two-hand. Staves. It's just this one, right? So... Okay, so we need this.
my thanks for your
My directive is to serve you.
20 of those. Boundless Cipher? Oh. I don't know if I need them all in rank 3, but let's just do that. Oh, yeah, that's a word. 15. Then... This thing called Ascendance. Fervor? Shit. What are all of them called? Fever Flare. This one, right? Algari missed it. Is this correct? I think this is correct, right? All right, this is the one we want. Or? Perfect. Alright, and now can we get a person to craft this for us? How good is public orders? Can I public order this? Rank 5? Sure. Okay, if you say so, I'm doing it. Alright, guys. 5,000 gold. Alright. Rank 5. Why are you so upset? Why should I take it back? They're gonna craft rank 5. What do you mean? I'll get a rank 5-1. It will be rank 5, trust. It will be rank 5 guaranteed. Guys, rank 5 guaranteed. Told you. Guys, I know why you guys were so worried about this. I know. Stay mad, nerds. Stay fucking mad. Hey Golden, thank you so much for 3 years. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Happy Monday. Hope you're doing great. I am doing great. Hope you had a great weekend and a good start to your week. Was getting food what were people mad about? I public ordered my gilded weapon. And people were upset. They thought I would only get rank 3. they didn't believe in the public order. See, the thing is, guys, if you just really believe that something is gonna turn out well, then it will.
I have an extended supply of
It's really that simple, okay? It's not that hard. It's really not that hard, guys.
return and peruse my inventory.
Wait, slow down, I'm taking notes. Yeah, you better take notes. um... Um... So to understand the order system, I just want old crafting back. I mean, really just like read into this. Like, I think sometimes, and I understand why, sometimes people have it, like there's a new system and it's like overwhelming and then they just never fully understand it and then they like get annoyed by it. But the thing is, like, you really just have to like sit down and watch a video or read a guide about it and then you'll understand it. Like, it's really not that hard that you wouldn't understand it if you actually take the time to look into it. Like, understand that you don't want to like you're not in school, right? Like, you don't want to like sit down and read up on a system, like understand. But this system has been around for a while now and it's going to stay around for a while. So really just take the time to understand it. It will help you in the future. There's just no point to like sit here and constantly complain about it instead of just like taking the time to watch a video real quick. Like, because it's like, understand initially it is complicated. It is. But if you just watch a video or read a guide, then you'll understand and it's not that hard anymore. That's the last time. But I'm like this too sometimes. So I'm not blaming you. There's many times where I just don't understand something, but I'm so disinterested in learning about it that I'd just rather complain than sit down and read into it. And sometimes my disinterest is so high that I will read about it because I have to understand it, but then I forget about it again. Like my taxes. I meet once a year with my accountant, and I'm pretty sure I asked him the same questions every single time, and he answers them every single time, but then I forget about them every single time again, so I ask the same question again. I'm pretty certain that is how it goes down. It's an infinite loop, yeah. Honestly, my accountant could just like record a video. It doesn't even have to be there in person. I'm an accountant, and that's how 95% of my clients are. Last night. I understand taxes, I just hate them. That's valid as well. Okay, so now that we have the weapon.
I have many, many wares.
Certainly we get invited to Keys now, right? Right?
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
Hey Gibson, what's up? How are you doing? Do people in EU have to file taxes? I thought it was automatic. You don't have to file taxes if you're employed. But if you're self-employed, you do have to file taxes because unfortunately no one does this for you. That'd be nice though. Lolly applied for my key. Well, invite me then. Most of the time I refuse to learn any WoW mechanics and wait for my husband to teach me, or even better do them for me. It's revenge for all the mechanics I have to learn in real life. Honestly, that is a very good strategy, Lacrimal. I'm gonna have to teach David how to play WoW. So he can teach me the mechanics then. Let me update these add-ons. That would be an awesome YouTube series. That would be pretty good content, actually. Wait, what do you mean, Captain Marv? I'm not sure I understand. If you did your taxes as an employee, once you have it, to do them for the rest of your life? This sentence doesn't really make sense to me. What are you saying? Wait, Cinnabrew. I think he's trying to get you to do his taxes. Dun, dun, mm, mm, mm. Dun, 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 dun. Oh shit, I just took 2 flasks. Oh nee. Add food somewhere. Oh yeah. Nice. If you do your taxes as an employee, for example, for 2020, government writes you in 2001 to do your taxes. So if you never do it, it's automatic. But if you do it 1 year, you have to do them every year. Wait, that's so stupid. What the fuck? That's so dumb.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, what do we have here? New customers?
Cake.
Or are you looking for something a little harder? Show 'em what we got on deck, Bellfriar.
Oh shit, I just used my second set of cooldowns on accident. Oh god, that was a big mistake. Somebody remind me to disable this Weakera. I get baited by the Weakera.
You're driving away my paying customers.
Cake. Cake.
What was this flower animation? Is this like a restaurant thing? It's very cute. Whoa.
Cake.
Single target sucking means that there's a buff on the way. You mean for Moonkins? Yeah.
Defensive.
You would think so, right? You would think
Feet. Cake.
that our single target sucking would mean that we would get buffed, but Mookin has had this issue for a while that our single target is really shit. But because our AoE is pretty good, and we're pretty good in M+ most of the time, Blizzard just never really feels the need to buff our single target. And usually there's this like one single boss in the raid where we perform well because there's some spread out AoE bullshit or whatever. And then
Defensive.
it like moves up the statistics of the raids. You know when you go to the like overall statistics of the raids on Warcraft logs? And if there's one boss where Mookin does exceptionally well, the spread out the AoE, then it will like move us up in the overall statistics, even if we're like super bad on all the other boss fights, but it still moves us up. And then Blizzard is just like, well, Mookin seems fine.
It's to be a bar fight. Good.
All of you, feed on the void.
Break it off.
We're still bottom 5 despite 6, by the way. Yeah, that is actually pretty crazy. Yeah. The plated profile is my own. I made it. It's me, I made it. Wait, I didn't have a fucking barrel. When I say barrel, I mean beer. I love beer. Why is beer so delicious?
Mortals, scrabbling after any shred of control.
Hey Mickey, thank you so much for Prime. What's up? How you doing? Speak for yourself. That's literally what I did, Circuit. I said I love beer. But I can speak about myself in third person next time if the I is confusing to you. Naguura thinks beer is delicious. Hey, Commander, what's up? Hey, Tiago, what's up? Thank you very much for the Prime. Welcome in. I hope you had a nice weekend. And I hope your Monday isn't that bad. I hope your Monday is good for a Monday, you know? As good as a Monday can be. Kill the boss. Mega disaster.
Are you here to help?
More! Wait, I don't have cooldown, so pull more.
Faulty reasoning.
I changed my mind.
Totem.
And now Goldie Baronbottom is CEO of this joint.
Help me.
Charge.
Please get my meadery back, Outlander.
Yeah.
Mondays can be good. Well,
Totem. Totem.
Feed on the void.
I personally think that Tuesdays are worse than Mondays. Most of the time. Because Monday, you know, like, it was just a weekend. I mean, Monday feels bad, but it's like,
Charge.
it feels like, you know what, yeah, fine, I guess I'll do this thing, fine.
Totem. Totem.
But then Tuesday is still just barely later in the week, yeah? It's still so long until the weekend starts. So it feels infinitely worse than Monday, honestly. Yeah? Tuesday is just the same as Monday, but worse.
Totem. Totem.
Hey, Tomato, thank you so much for 15 months. How are you doing? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, exactly, yeah. On Monday, you're at least rested from the weekend. And sometimes it's like, if you had a good weekend, then it feels like, you know what, I can work. You know, like, sometimes it doesn't feel that bad. It's like, you know what, I've had a very, like, fuck, I got charged. It feels like you have a very, like, well-rested weekend and you're, like, recovered and stuff and you can just, like, do the working thing again. And it's like, yeah, it's nice. So it's not that bad. But then Tuesday, you're just fucked up and you're like, what? To be fair, I'm just pretending that I know what I'm talking about because in the end, I play video games for a living, so I do love all of my working days. Fuck. I've never worked a day in my life, guys. Get a favorite beer brand? Of course. First.
Charge.
No, I don't know. I don't really have a favorite beer brand. I do like our local beer here. It's just South Tyrolean beer.
Charge.
Exactly, gamer. Dude, I'm gonna talk about Forst so as if it's like the best beer ever until they finally sponsor me. One day, Forst will recognize me and give me a sponsorship deal. One day. And one day Loaka will also care about me too. Loaka and Forst, those are my dream brands to be sponsored by. Wait, this is a lie actually. My dream South Tyrolean brands to be sponsored by. That is not a lie. That is true.
Charge.
Yeah, but there'll be more of it. More me, more money. That's good business.
It was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
Totem.
Totem.
Charge.
Where the hell's he going?
Mortals.
What?
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Yeah, if you guys want to see the 100-kilometer walking challenge, check it out. It's on my YouTube channel. It's linked in the chat, but also under my stream as well, if you click on the picture.
Totem.
Thank you, James. Have a good one.
Charge.
Hey, Miss Stratus. Thank you very, very much for the prime. Thank you, thank you. Welcome.
Charge.
It is true, yeah. I guess Cinder Brew is in particularly hard to get into because a lot of people want items from there. It sucks because a lot of people need the neck, but I need so many other items from here too. But it feels like every caster in the world wants the neck in here. Oh, what happened?
Totem. Totem. Totem.
What happened with the weather? Has there been some crazy weather? To be fair, I mean, there seems to be crazy weather all the time everywhere. But like, crazier than crazy. Oh, really bad winds. They caused fires in my home state. Oh.
Totem.
That's fucked.
Totem. Totem.
Friends that got evacuated. Oh no. I hope their homes and everything is okay. Well, I hope they are okay, first of all. But I do hope their property and their homes and stuff is okay too.
Let its darkness fill
A dust storm and my asthma is killing me. Fuck. That really sucks.
Oh, my Cinder Brew.
I hope it clears up soon.
But I cannot process this.
Man, guys, whenever I hear stuff like this, it's literally Interstellar
Ads.
becoming real. God, it's so scary. It's like the Interstellar plot, except we can't actually travel to any faraway places. We have the bad stuff without the good stuff from Interstellar. Oh, we lost it.
Feet. Ads.
It's crazy because even here in South Tyrol, we had wildfires, forest fires. It's crazy to say this because we never, like it's March. Like usually March we have snow, it's cold, right? But because it was so dry
Ads.
this winter and we barely got any snow, or any rain or nothing. So we actually had a pretty bad forest fire as well in South Tyrol, in the mountains. Like it's kind of crazy. Yeah? We never really have fires. I mean, we do have fires, but they contain themselves so fast usually because we're not really like a region that would be dry, you know. We have snow, as I said, and even in summer, we have
feet,
enough rain for it to not, you know, be an issue usually.
Ads.
Yeah, we don't have tornadoes. I mean, we generally have no... Well, okay, that's a lie. We have no tornadoes because obviously in the mountains, tornadoes just can't form. So that's a good thing. We generally don't... I don't think... We usually don't have like super extreme like weather stuff. Like we also don't have earthquakes.
Bully.
We obviously don't have tsunamis or anything, considering we're not living next to the ocean. So we don't have tornadoes, we don't have tsunamis, and we don't have earthquakes, which is a good thing. The one things we do have that I guess most other areas don't have is avalanches. And
All of you.
what is it called actually?
Feed on the void.
Earth. What's the thing called? It's like an avalanche, but with literal stones and gravel and earth. Like when part of the earth just like landslides, yeah. Yeah, we have landslides, which is pretty bad. But there hasn't been like anything
Volley.
super bad in recent memory at least. Because usually avalanches are in areas where we know that they're gonna happen. Like there's areas that are like more avalanche prone than others. So usually these areas that are known to get avalanches, they have these like security fences that we built onto the mountains that break down the avalanches and stop them or like make them less severe. So usually avalanches are not something that will be a big problem for towns and whatnot. It's just a problem if you actually are in the mountains and you go skiing or like ski touring, I guess, or hiking or whatnot. And landslides are a bigger problem because they are in areas where we're usually not really aware of them really happening most of the time. And then they can reach the streets and like cover streets and stuff, but
Volley. Volley.
nothing like super serious
Volley.
that I'm aware of lately.
Volley. 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 Volley.
Yeah, landslides are pretty scary. Like when I mean, an avalanche is scary too, right? But a landslide, I feel like it's like a bit scary because like the whole ground underneath you just like it's just gone. It just moves. Like so messed up.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Yes, Calandra, I did. It was a good part of the stream.
Volley.
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
We have to lock up the bees.
We do have fog witches, this is very true. There was a big fog witch yesterday. The fog witch,
Volley.
yesterday we went for dinner like into like a mountain, like a restaurant that's on top of the mountain. Well, not on top, but like further up the mountain. And it was like raining and up there was snowing. And there was so much fog. Like you literally couldn't see anything. Like as we were driving up, you could barely see like 2 meters in front. And then when we were up in the restaurant, usually in this restaurant, you have a really nice view of the valley, but you could see nothing. It was just white. It was just fog. I was joking about the fact that like, if the rest of the world would have, if there would have been like an apocalypse or something, then we wouldn't have noticed, because we couldn't see shit from this foggy place up there.
After any shred of control.
I can't believe you just said my shoes are untied. I just checked if my feet cam is on, because I have it right here. I never moved it. My feet camera is still in the same position as it was last time. When I did the walking stream.
Defensive.
Hey Schattenwand, thank you so much for 74 months. What's up, what's up, what's up? Hope you had a nice weekend. Thank you, thank you.
Defensive.
Feed. All of you. Feed.
Ads. Defensive.
How you feeling about Moonkin? I don't know. In M+ it seems fine. In single target rating it seems awful as per usual. Thankfully I'm not raiding at the moment. There's a lot of Cinder Beasts.
Defensive. Ads.
Oh god. Here, you just kill a boss now.
Defensive. Defensive.
Yeah, I will turn on the feed camera for 20 subs. 20 subscribers, I will turn on the feed cam.
We should use them to make a beeline to Goldie's office. Come back to the taps to use them.
You take out
People get so
my prototype and you might keep it. And now you're riding my bees like some nature-loving weirdo. I guess I'm gonna have to show ya and your rock-headed friend who's boss.
We don't have a cute. No shot. Aki, thank you so much for the 10 sockets. Appreciate that. Thank you, Hockey.
Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Welcome to Maxplex, Bethia, Foxo, Synamos, Lenitz, Dummy Gonzalez, Sai, 3 hours sleep, Anguyen, and Al Mansour. Thank you so much. Also, Dapper Dodo, thank you so much for 65 months. What's up? How are you doing? Wait, feet? Can't believe Dapper Dodo joined just for the feet content. Breathing intensifies. Oh shit. Guys, we have a half. We don't have the 20 subs yet, yeah? No feet. No feet just yet.
Scrabbling after any
I changed my hype color. Do you like it? It's kind of yellowish. It seems a bit orange on my screen now that I look at it. What do you think of this yellow color? Or does it look orange to you as well? I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm convinced. Maybe I should turn it purple after all. The purple is so twitchy. I want it to be I think yellow is good. But maybe a different kind of yellow. It's a diarrhea color? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh my god, I didn't want to say it. It does look like it. It looks pretty bad. I picked it on my phone. On my phone it looked good. I swear it looked good on my phone. Oh no. I have a diarrhea hype train going on. Can't believe I'm talking about feet and diarrhea on my stream right now.
Defensive.
Fuck.
mortals. Scrabbling.
Back to drawing boards? Yeah. Probably. Somebody got my orb. Nice. Hey, we did have double, and they didn't even break one.
Defensive.
35 seconds. Can we do it? I'm potting. Pot is running. More damage. Guys, I don't think we're making it. I don't think we're doing it, guys. Tragic. Tragic indeed. Hey, Moomin, what's up? Hey, Tom. If someone's diarrhea color is this color, they should seek medical attention immediately. Fuck! That's not what we need! Shit! We got the offhand twice! Why does this offhand keep dropping? Shit. Wait, should I do this dungeon with a different loot spec? I guess then there's a two-hand weapon. I think it still makes more sense. I think I should do feral. Oh, but there's a trinket. Ugh. I don't know, I don't know. La, 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 la. Gamer! Gamer, thank you so much for another 10 subs.
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs. See,
They asked you to turn on the feed camera now. You're clowns. I didn't. Oh man. Thank you so much, Kira. Welcome to Date, Moonfired, Fleet Adam, Kate Tira, that's certainly how I pronounce that name. Strider, Nell the Rogue, Noah, Suiki, Hanu, Rutar, and Show Chris. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Oh god, okay, well, let's see where this camera is. Is it plugged in? Never test Twitch chat. Yeah, I made a great mistake. 40 subs for double. I do not have a third camera, guys. I don't think we can do a double feed camera. God, wait. This is stupid. Wait, I don't even know where the camera is. Create new video capture device. Alright, guys. You wanted a feed cam. There it is. You can see my dirty shoes. And my dirty floor. There you go, guys. Hey. What's up, guys? God, my shoes are so dirty. Look at them. Holy shit. Somebody clean my shoes. Oh my god. The shoelace is untied? Wait, that is a lie. They're so tight.
Dim lighting and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
At least not flip-flops and white socks. Hey, that is peak trend, okay, Erroneous? Flip-flops and white socks. Actually, flip-flops and white socks don't really work together because you can't actually wear the flip-flops properly. So you need to wear Crocs. Crocs and white socks. Or sandals and white socks, yeah. Birkenstocks and white socks. Dude, I do have Birkenstocks somewhere at home. I should bring them. The duck slippers from the Blizzard store. Wait, the Blizzard store has duck slippers? No shot. Raccoon, thank you so much for so good. I appreciate that. Welcome to Ollie Bear. Thank you so much. Welcome, Ollie. There are duck slippers? People who wear Crocs are winning in life. Honestly, I need to tell you something. I've never worn Crocs in my life. I don't know. Are they comfortable? I've never worn them. I ordered my first pair like 2 days ago, and I'm excited. Guys, thank you so much for Hype Train. Appreciate that. We got 23 subs and 100 bits. And we're getting a hype chest. Where's my hype chest? Unlock 1 emote, gift 1 sub. Oh, look at that. Haki's the conductor. Our channel record is level 17. What's this picture? It's not a picture. It's a live feed cam. Can you do this? So Valoria, thank you so much for gifting us up to Darmus. Thank you very, very much. Welcome in. Mike swears by Crocs now? Really? Okay, to be fair. If I would have had to guess what Mike wears, I don't think there would have been anything else in my mind other than Crocs. It had to be. Hey, my feet can reach the ground. Do you mean they reach the ground just normally? I'm just sitting like that. I don't know why. Hey, Cryptic, what's up? Good morning, good morning. You probably just stood up. No, why are you saying I'm small? I can reach the floor just fine. Look at it. I'm on the floor. I'm not standing. I'm still sitting, I swear. I'm not that short. I'm 164. I'm not that short. Stop it. 164 is pretty short. Well, is it? The lowest average height was observed in 2011 with 161 centimeters. In 2020, the average height recorded was 162 centimeters. This statistic displays the average height of young women aged 19 years, living in urban areas in Italy between 1990 and 2020. Well, who's above average now, huh? Yeah. Above average. It's like half your age. You guys think people are still growing after 19? Also, why do you think I'm older? Come on. I'm like almost 19. I'm just a few years over. What if you can trade neck? You trade the neck to me. Unbelievable. Sorry. Man, I made a great mistake. You know when I was drinking coffee earlier? It wasn't real coffee, it was fake coffee. And I was thinking, oh, I slept decently enough. Like, I should not drink too much normal coffee. I should just drink fake coffee. And now I'm yawning. Whoever invented fake coffee was an idiot. Why would I drink decaf coffee? It's dumb. Makes no sense. Hey, the feed camera wasn't free. It cost them 20 subs. And they didn't say how much time it's going to be on. So, it's probably going to be a limited time only. At my discretion. One year per sub. Sounds reasonable. Hey, Jonas. Thank you so much for the 4 years. Thank you so much. God, Jonas, I almost died laughing when you were messaging me about the fucking books. In case you guys don't know, Jonas, I mean, he used to play WoW. He's a streamer, but he's streaming shooters, and he doesn't stream WoW. And many times, like, whenever he, like, talks to, he's like, oh, I should start playing WoW again. Oh my god, I should start playing WoW again. And then he... and then some days ago, or some time ago, he messages me, and he goes... He goes, wait. I'm reading the first WoW Chronicles book. It's amazing. It starts with the Titans and the creation of Azeroth. And I'm like, you're such a fucking nerd. And then he goes, I bought all 4 books. I'm reading about Sargeras, the Emerald Dream, and the Battle of the Elemental Spirits. Just wait till I retire from comp games. I'm gonna come run and plus with you. And then he goes, did you know that the paladins are called Silverhand because Tyr lost his hand when Galakron bit it off and he got it replaced with a hand made of silver to prove that no victory comes without sacrifice. Also, Tyr's hand is Eastern Plaguelands. This fucking guy. Jonas deserves a true lore walker title now, he really does. Oh, Jonas is the best. Jonas, I might visit you, actually. Next month. If you're around. We can get a coffee. Why is there a picture of shoes? It's not a picture. It's a live feed cam that was unlocked by 20 subscribers. Look at that. It's live. It's not pre-recorded, I swear. The best part is me being stupid enough to think that buying the books will keep me away from the game. What's happening in a month? I might come to LA in a month. For a very short time, though. Potentially, maybe. I'm not sure yet. Can I get an invite, please? Anyone? If I just queue up to all of the keys, they can't possibly decline me to all of them, right? I think. There's very few people I go outside for, but you are one of them. Aw, Jonas. You can come to my house. We have a lot of space. I'll talk to you on Discord because I don't really know exactly where I will be. Ish. Also, I don't know where you are actually. Next time you interview Ian, ask them for a queue system similar to League of Legends, please. I'll think about it. So, oh my god, we got invited by someone called Average. Coincidence. Is it Jonas playing the warrior? Alright guys, let's walk for a little bit. So the feed cam is actually paying off. Oh shit. I drove into the radiator. The feed cam is paying for itself, really? What? Hello? Where are you going, table? Okay, wait. You have the proper feed cam now. Where do we put this? Covering the healing meter, I guess. Yeah, who needs a healing meter? Perfect. For free? No, they paid for it. It was not for free, guys. It was paid for. You should thank Hacking Gamer for sure. For the free feed cam. Thanks for the 46 months, Poopity. What's up? Good morning. What's up? How are you doing? Hope you had a nice weekend. Hope everyone has a fabulous week. Thank you. Hope you too. Where's the donation go for no shoes and no socks? 200 subs. $200. Let me move this a bit closer. Dude, my my laces are actually at that. Have you actually seen anyone be able to tie their own shoes? Did you see I can tie my shoes? You saw that? Yeah. I can tie my own shoes as a streamer.
5, 4, 3.
It's crazy, right?
2, 1.
You're a big girl now? Thank you, Soleil. Thanks. appreciate it.
Well, what do we have here? New customers?
Keg.
Or are you looking for something a little hotter? Show 'em what we got on tap, Bellfriar.
Keg.
By the way, you should notice, like, when I have to target a lot, like when we do a really big pull, and I have to moonfire a lot, then I'm moving like slower, because like I'm trying to keep my upper body still, so I can use my mouse better. Because targeting nameplates is actually kind of difficult when you're walking like this.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Keg. Keg.
I honestly don't really know what's the best for high keys right now. The meta kind of hasn't established yet, and I mean I've only been farming loot. I haven't been trying to like super high keys or anything.
Defensive.
So I don't really know like what's good and what isn't. And a lot of people haven't really done super high keys yet either. Like, because even people were busy with like race first and gearing their characters and whatnot. Yeah, I can see how Shadow Priest is super good for high keys.
Defensive.
Trying to learn how to play EC. Well, EC is not really hard. All you do is... I mean, there's nothing really...
Feet.
I don't think there's anything like super special about EC. Like you just... I don't know, like you need to ask me a specific question. I don't know how to... I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the most important thing is obviously to make sure that you're using Fever Loon. Because you obviously get a talent that... Like, first of all, you do more damage with Fever Loon, right? Whenever you use it. And you get CDR cooldown reduction off of using arcane spells. So you want to make sure you're not wasting that. Like, whenever your Fever Loon is ready, you should also use it. Unless, like, your cooldowns are just coming up or something like that. Or if you're in between an eclipse, because if you're about to exit Lunar Eclipse, then you would just be casting 2 rafts to enter Lunar Eclipse again, and those 2 rafts are not arcane damage, and therefore you're not wasting. See, right now I can cast my 2 rafts before I cast the Fever Loon, because, as I said, a wrath is nature damage, not arcane damage. And therefore you're not wasting any cooldown reduction on your Fear Balloon by not using it instantly. But if you are in Lunar Eclipse and you're not using the ability and you're casting Moonfires and Starfires and whatever, then you're actually just wasting cooldown reduction, right? Well, single target, there's really not much you can do. On single target, you enter Lunar Eclipse, you cast Starfire. Right? It's, there's not much you can do. A single target is just, single target damage for Moonkin is just not very good. But I guess, I think the biggest mistake that people make is just not using their cooldowns. Like, just use it. Like, we don't have like super long cooldowns anymore, and especially if your balloon is something that is a short cooldown. So don't sit on your Incarn, don't sit on your Fear Balloon. Just press the buttons, you know? But yeah, I mean, you can see I'm also not doing a lot of damage in comparison to the other classes. It's just like, our single target is just not going to be as good as some other classes. Not much you can really do. No, I'm not casting Wrath in CA.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here signed some papers he didn't read. And now
Totem.
Goldie Baron Bottom is VOO of this joint.
Totem.
Please get my meadery back, Outlander.
No, it doesn't matter if you go left or right. You can do either or.
Charge.
It's just a strategy decision, I guess, that you can make. Like maybe according to your cooldowns or Bloodlust or whatever.
Totem. Charge. Charge. Charge.
Yes. Feed. All you. Feed on the void.
Totem.
Let its darkness fill you.
Charge. Charge.
They got that feet. It's a weak aura pack I'm using for the sound. I forgot who made it. I'm sure Kuros has a command for it.
Yeah. Feed. void. Let its darkness fill you.
Any a bit, thanks for 4 months. What's up? How are you?
Oh no, my stills! They bypassed the filters! It's running too hot! The mead will be substandard!
Yeah, but there'll be more of it. More meat, more money. That's good business.
Ugh. Cinderbrew was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining
Totem.
everything.
Mortals. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Did they ever revert to Solar Beam Silence nerf? Wait, what was the Solar Beam Silence nerf?
Charge.
You only silence the first target in beam during Dragonflight? No, that's not how it works. No, the way Solar Beam works is that the beam is a
Charge.
silence, but the mob that you use the Solar Beam on, that's an
Charge.
interrupt.
Totem.
There's a difference between silence and interrupt. I guess some people don't know this, so... Interrupt means that if somebody is currently casting a spell and you're pressing interrupt, then it interrupts it. If the target is not casting a spell and you're pressing your interrupt, then it does nothing.
Totem.
That's what an interrupt is, right? A silence is different. A silence will stop the mob from casting for the duration of the silence. The thing is, some mobs are immune to silence, but not immune to interrupts. So, for example, usually any mob that is not slowable or stunnable or disorientable,
Totem.
like a boss, for example,
Totem.
bosses are almost always immune to interrupts. And any kind of mob that cannot be displaced is also immune to silence, sorry. Not to interrupt. So if there's a mob that cannot be displaced, usually you can also not silence the mob. But you can still interrupt the mob.
Totem.
And Solar Beam has two components. Solar Beam is an interrupt on your main target, and a silence on the location where you put the Solar Beam. So if you're putting the Solar Beam onto 10 mobs, and all of them are silenceable, then they will all be silenced, but only your main target will be interrupted. If you're using Solar Beam on 10 mobs, but they're all immune to silence, except the main guy is interruptible, then you will interrupt the main person, the main mob, but you will not silence anything else, because they're immune to silence.
Feet.
And this has been the case all the time. I don't think in Dragonflight there was anything changed in regards to this as far as I'm remembering. At least I don't remember any change that would have affected this. Now you're confused? No, it's really not that hard. Okay, what is it you didn't understand? I can explain it again. Owie. Okay, so again, let me explain the difference between silence and interrupt. A silence is when you prevent the mob from casting, right? So you're not interrupting a spell cast, you're preventing the mob from casting something for the duration of the silence. So if you're silencing a mob for 5 seconds, then the mob cannot cast for 5 seconds. And then afterwards, the mob can cast again, normally. An interrupt is different. An interrupt will interrupt a spell that is currently being casted, and then it will be locked out of casting that spell for a certain duration, depending on what the lockout timer is. They actually changed the lockout timer in the War Within to be shorter. But anyway. Or was it Disorient, actually? Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. So anyway, you're interrupting a cast. Means you're interrupting a cast that is currently being casted and prevent them up from casting for a short duration. If you're using an interrupt on a mob that is currently not casting, then interrupt does absolutely nothing. Silence, on the other hand, is preventing the mob from casting for the duration of the silence. No matter if you're casting the silence on a mob that is currently casting or not. Right? So if there's a caster mob that is currently not casting, but I'm putting a silence on them, then they won't be able to cast anything for the duration of silence. Right? Now the problem though is that silence is a CC, and many mobs are immune to it. Any kind of mob that is immune to stun, immune to disorient, immune to knockbacks, immune to slows, they are usually also immune to silence. So any kind of lieutenant mob, any kind of like boss, any kind of named mob that is literally just a C2 immune, like the hobgoblins, for example, here, they are immune to CC, including silence. But they're not immune to interrupt, usually. So if they cast a spell, you can interrupt it normally with a normal interrupt, but you cannot silence them. So Solar Beam has both an interrupt component and a silence component. The interrupt is only on your main target that you're casting the Solar Beam on. So if there's 10 mobs, and I put a Solar Beam onto those mobs, then only the target that I'm selecting when I press the Solar Beam is getting interrupted. Everyone else just gets silenced. And if there's a bunch of mobs that are immune to silence, well then the Solar Beam doesn't do anything to them, because they're immune. Did we get that now? Does a stun count as an interrupt or silence? A stun is a stun. It's not a silence and it's not an interrupt. A silence is its separate form of CC. There's slows, there's stuns, there's silences, there's interrupts, there's disorients.
Totem.
Mage interrupt is an interrupt. They also do have counterspell, which is, I'm not sure how the challenges work nowadays. But in PvP, you would have this like counterspell talent that would make it a silence as well. I'm not sure if mages have this now or not.
Totem.
In PvE. But counterspell used to have like a component that was a silence. So it was like a magic debuff, basically. Same as Shadow Priest silence. Shadow Priest silence is an interrupt with a silence.
Volley.
added to it, basically.
Scrapping after any shred of control.
Ow. Are there magic silences and physical silences? No, because all...
Volley.
I think all casts that are that you actually cast are magic, right? I think almost all casts that you cast are literally just like magic, or like they all get affected by silence, basically. As far as I'm aware, except like very rare exceptions, maybe. Like maybe super rare exceptions, like I don't know, disarms. I don't know.
Volley.
Oh, they removed it since Cataclysm, the blanket silence. I didn't know that. Interesting. I use Cliff of Stars. That's what the blue form is. Professor Naguura, yeah. But yeah, so the solar beam, like the animation, that's only a silence, not an interrupt. So the way it works is like, if there's a solar beam standing on the ground, if you walk into it, you can't cast anything. If you walk out, you can cast again.
Volley.
But there's, like, you don't have a cooldown on your spells, basically, you know? Because usually when you get interrupted, you have a cooldown on your spell. But since solar beam is only a silence, it does not do that unless you were the main target that the solar beam was applied to. So if you play PvP and a Moonkin and a Moonkin silences you with solar beam but did not actually hit like when you were casting, then you can just walk out of it and cast again immediately, basically. So as long as you're not currently silenced, you can just cast normally. Time to walk 100 kilometers again? No! I'm not gonna be walking 100 kilometers anytime soon again. We're just doing a stroll through the park right now.
Volley.
My barrels are for my trinket, yes. I don't explode them if they're not close to the mobs, because then they obviously just don't do anything. If they're close to the mobs, I will explode them, obviously, because otherwise your trinket does nothing. That's the whole purpose of your trinket. Except the passive stat on it. If you're not gonna explode the barrels, then you shouldn't be using a trinket. Because then another trinket is gonna be much better.
Ads.
So sometimes they spawn in like really bad spots and then there's no reason to explode it. Because if there's no mob around, then the explosion will do nothing, so you just wasted a bunch of... You just wasted a global, basically.
Defensive.
One thing you can do... on single target in particular, is what I like to do is... When there's barrels to spawn next to the boss, but it's only one boss, right? Usually the value on a single target is obviously lower than exploding a barrel on multiple ads.
Defensive.
But what you can do is just refresh your dots through the barrel. Like if the barrel spawned next to the boss, and you have to refresh Moonfire on the boss, instead of casting Moonfire onto the boss, you cast Moonfire onto the barrel, and then your Twin Moons will apply it to the boss. Or same with Sunfire. If you press Sunfire onto the barrel, then it will explode the barrel, and it will apply Sunfire to the boss. Because it's splashing onto the boss, right?
Defensive. Ads. Defensive.
Mortals. Scrabbling after
Ads. Defensive. Defensive.
Oh shit. There's mobs behind me. Cinderbrew has been the hardest level for me to time, really. I don't know, like I haven't done like many hierarchies, but one of the hardest keys to me seems to be Priory. Priory seemed really hard to me, but I don't know if that was just like a one-off or if that's generally true.
And now you're riding my bees like some... I guess I'm gonna have to show ya and your rock-headed friend who's boss!
Oh, that's been nerfed. Interesting.
Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
But other than that, I do like Priory. What is your favorite dungeon so far? And your least favorite? I felt like the opinions have been mainly split between dungeons. Loverocker hates Cinderbrew. Really? A lot of people hate Cinderbrew. I personally do like the dungeon. I don't mind it. I wonder why so many people hate it. Yeah, a lot of people do hate Dark Flame, which, to be fair, like, that's understandable. Like, it's not my favorite either.
Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Defensive.
None of a rest, just survive.
Defensive.
Survive! Just don't do a lot of barrels now. Oh, we have a rest in 5 though, so we should be okay. Oh my god.
Defensive.
I can explode it. Oh, we did double again. Or?
Yes.
Oh well.
Feed. All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Defensive. Defensive.
Nice! Good job, team. Ah, fuck. No loot for me. I got a ring. Does this necklace actually exist? Like, I feel like it never drops. I'm not sure if it's real.
Looking for someplace new
What
to
key do I have?
Don't forget to repair your gear.
The thing is, I don't just need the necklace. I also need the boots and the bracers. They just never drop. I don't know what's going on. It just never drops. I got the offhand twice, and the belt once, and the trinkets, and I don't need any of those things. They keep dropping.
Dim lighting and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race. Many deals for
Yeah, I'm talking about the neck and about some other stuff. Yeah, honestly, maybe Blizzard just forgot to add it. Ugh. So, when did Method kill a boss, actually? Like, they killed it today, right? Today in the morning at some point? 11 a.m. Oh, at noon, okay. How many tries did it take them? What? Valoria? Holy shit.
This world is vast and wondrous.
What are we upgrading? What if I just upgrade my chest? Fuck it. And this. Let's just send it. Alright. So I'm gonna have to admit something, guys. I have not watched the Gallywix kill. I haven't watched it. So I will watch it now. While I eat my afternoon snack. Let's give Max some views. Should I watch Max or should I watch the main broadcast? Which one was better? Max, okay. Okay, let me know if this is loud enough.
Which one do you guys want me to always move out then?
Too loud, too quiet.
Always move out Moon, and we should just put ranged in the kick on it and not melee.
If you're moving it out, can't you?
I am kicking.
Okay.
Avenger shield, Avenger shield, Avenger shield.
Yeah, they're not always up, but.
Oh shit!
It would be. Do you know how hard it is to hold Divine Toll every time like that million?
Okay, I'm gonna bear back 1 second. I'm gonna get my yogurt.
It's the saddest thing ever.
I'm sure the start of it is not gonna be interesting anyway. So give me a sec.
We are kicking in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, Blaze in 3, 2, 1, frontal in 3, 2, 1, frontal. Blazes are going off shortly after. Okay, get ready for soak positions. This is going to be a very late break. Figure it out. Get near your soaks. Play the game. It's going to be very hard. You guys are insane. Literally insane that you didn't wipe to that.
Have to be okay.
What causes that ad to die slow sometimes?
Well, that one was out late because I got like elevation diff.
Okay, soaks.
The technician. Yeah.
Okay, circles out. Blaze is going out with frontal. 3, 2, 1, frontal.
Purple melee.
Okay, coil's already broken. W.
Watch him pick.
Soaks in a few seconds. Okay, be in. We're moving to the right after this. We're moving in 3, 2, 1, now. Kick, nice. On boss. Soothes. Tank circle here. This is a wombo combo, I think. Yeah. Okay, if you blaze, you can go to your soak spots. Everyone else, frontal and go to your spots in 3, 2, 1, now.
August lost.
Watch circles. Watch, watch, watch. Watch your health. Okay, we're good now. We're fine. Get kicks. Make sure Moon is the one that gets tanked out.
I have green on me from the right. If the ton is
Can you?
damage.
It's fine. Yeah.
Soak.
Soaks. And then we're moving left with suppression. Moving left right now. Is that ag gonna die in time? I think it will be. Watch fire, watch fire, watch fire, watch fire. Bad fire. Good.
Again.
That technician will die, it's fine. Tank circle here. Okay, blazes in 3, 2, 1. Frontal in 3, 2, 1. Dodge. And then soaks after. Soaks now. Getting your soaks here. Nice. Intermission. Watch your HP. Intermission now. Remember tanks after the phase, make sure those die to ignite before you move it. Okay. Ranged out of the middle. Get your focuses. Ranged, you're getting into the middle now. Ranged, go to the edge. 3, 2, 1.
So, did I miss anything interesting?
Good exile.
Okay, and go to the middle here. Cine, use a personal right now.
Good.
Huge personal.
Okay, I have some yogurt. With bananas.
Good. And this one will go, it'll die. Nice. Group soak 1. Everyone go to your spots. It's in 5 seconds.
Not bad.
First group soak is coming out now. And get in suppression positions ranged. Everyone in suppression positions. Melee are leaving the boss in 3, 2, 1.
What's suppression? Just paddles. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a lot of
It's
paddles.
safe now. Watch fire. Spread circles. Find a spot.
I'll go for melee.
Going off. Everyone else, we're getting blazes here into frontal baits. Blazes coming out now. Watch blazes and watch red circles.
This is literally for your rack mechanic.
Frontal in 3, 2, 1. Frontal going off. Dodge. Good. Group soak on 2 here. Make sure you guys get all the way in it. Don't get baited by this frontal. Watch the blue circles. Call for dispel if needed. Okay. This is suppression in 2 seconds. Everyone suppression positions ranged. Be careful in the back. Melee run away.
Wait, bro.
That's true. Maxi got gooners.
She got no fire on us.
The gooner person.
Yeah, lucky.
Okay, spread circles. Get ready soon. Get pre-spread so it's easy to figure out where you're going.
Oh, okay, go
Good.
over.
I'll go fire.
Everybody, this is the Wombo combo soak. This is immunes on the left side, and we're spell warding Nick. Blazes are going out now. Group soak is
And
going
what are
out
these
now.
soaks?
Watch the soak if you're not in it.
Ah, the frontal. Ah, yeah, I see.
Nice.
like those moves.
Everyone bait frontal. Bait frontal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Baiting frontal. All right, ranged, get in good fire positions. Ranged, get in fire positions. Melee, run away from the boss. 3, 2, now.
For every student who can't really concentrate due to too much noise, try loop earplugs. With them, you're able to zone in immediately.
Guys, I have to
whether
tell
in
you
your
something
cafeteria
embarrassing.
Or in your dorm room with noisy neighbors.
That I just randomly thought of. But after this.
Okay, watch people with debuffs here. Group soak on the right group. Group soak on the right group. Group soak 2 coming up right now. Use a personal. Okay, spread circles in 3, 2, 1. Spread circles now.
There isn't really
He'll
much movement
Listen.
going on for
Careful.
range here, looks like.
Yeah, I'm
up.
Okay, everyone else blazes and frontal. Just live here. This is the really. Don't worry about the bait. Don't worry about the bait. And then everyone dodge.
They're
right
just
now.
standing there.
Watch the frontal.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm here.
Are you okay if you die, by the way?
Maybe that's more of a range thing, though.
Everyone go to the left. Go to the left now. Takes a while to hit. We're starting the intermission. Guys, watch those blue circles, okay?
Remember to play sports.
Ranged, I think you start in the mid here. Don't hold me to it, though.
Yeah.
Range, start mid.
We do.
Get your kick focuses. Stun. Melee, watch the beam.
I have next.
I'm stunned. I should be.
I have next still.
Range, go to the back.
Good exile.
Watch HP. Watch HP. Res Zevi.
No res.
Oh, I'm stunned.
Kick the one on the back. Peter Grifton, get an external now. Keep going. Keep going. Kick that one. Nice.
Oh, TSG died.
All right,
gonna be
Boom
dead the
needs
whole
a
time?
personal. Group soak 1 to the left here. Group soak 1 to the left right now.
Make sure you're in at
Group soak going off now. Boom use a personal. Boom use a personal.
Yep.
Yeah, for rival.
Nice. And then we're getting a little raid dam here and spread circle soon. Listen, for these spread circles in 8 seconds, I need you guys to just find a spot. Everyone else try to adhere to them. There's going to be blazes after. After you get to the safe spot, you need to do a blaze spread. Spread circles now. Give space. Let them spread. Everyone else, blazes, go back to your spread positions. 3,
Is there nothing
2,
else happening?
1, get in good spread positions. Dodge the red circles
is there
as well.
something happening soon?
Blazes are going off in 3, 2, 1. Now, I need group 2 to go to the right. Group 2 to the right. Scott, make sure this is aimed.
Personal.
So you still just have the same mechanic, like the frontals, paddles, the fires, the spread.
Okay, we don't know what happens now. Play the game. It could be a bait frontal maybe. There could be.
Oh, they've never been here before, and they just killed it. With 2 people dead.
Everyone on your side on extra.
Resin 7.
Suppression,
Wait,
melee,
that's
run
funny.
away, melee, run away. Get anyone with debuffs here. Watch them.
I'll check.
We have a res.
Get Zevi. Get Zevi.
Oh, TSG has been dead this whole time.
Good. Spread here, spread here. This is probably wombo combo. Group 1 soak on the left. Group 1 soak on the left with blazes. Use immunities for it, okay? Everyone else go to the right and spread out with blazes and watch red circles.
Take my spot. Crane.
Okay, blazes in 3, 2, 1. Get out of the soak unless you're assigned. Good.
Pot again.
I have a spell word for
Repot, guys. Bait fire away. Suppression ranged. I can't see raid cooldowns. Just call some Luma.
We have done We have relief and
Just call something.
I spell word.
It could enrage in 5 seconds. That's the enrage. That's the enrage. Go, 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 go. Just spell word someone.
Wait. Go, go. Come on. You spell word.
Max is like.
We are all THD right now. What just happened? What just happened? Here. What? Wow! In less than 100 pulls, King Gallywix has fallen to Team Liquid, and they have the Coinbase world first kill. Bro, there's no way. I can't believe it. That's
I like
crazy.
cams. There's no way.
Unbelievable. Wow. Unbelievable. Simultaneously shock and excitement going out right now at the Alienware training facility. The hallway's just getting flooded right now as everybody's running to congratulate them. I don't think anybody expected this.
No, not at all. I went from thinking Queen Ansarek was impossible last year to thinking that it would be impossible this fight's this easy. That's
Well, wait, but I thought there was secret phase. Wait, what, was there no secret phase then? Wait, now I'm confused. Was there not supposed to be a secret phase? Oh, the whole fight was a secret phase. Oh. So the secret was that the fight was just easy. Surprise! No, they didn't kill it first try. They did not kill. No, it wasn't that easy. No. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well. No one expected the secret to be easy. Well, that was slightly underwhelming. Slightly. No, wait, there's it. No. Slow down. Is it better though having the difficulty not be all in the last 2 bosses? Wait, why is it better? You don't think it's a good thing that the last boss is the most difficult one? Yes, I mean, I do generally agree that, well, to an extent. I like it when there's a nice difficulty curve, but, I mean, obviously there was not a nice difficulty curve. Like, some of the previous bosses were harder than the last boss. And I guess that's not really how people want the raid to be, necessarily. You can make some sort of alternate raid where all of the bosses are of similar difficulty, and the idea is not linear progression, but I don't know if people want that. Nah, I don't think people want that. Like the purpose of a difficulty curve throughout the raid is that you get stronger by killing the previous bosses to then be able to kill the harder boss at the end, right? Like that's the whole purpose. Or that's the idea behind raid bosses, right? Or behind the raid. First bosses are easier. You get items by killing the easier bosses to then get stronger to kill the bosses that are harder later on, right? Such every time. I think people are wrong, honestly. I think a lot of guilds will kill this boss in less than 100 pulls. I think you guys are wrong. A lot of mythic guilds will kill this boss in less than 100 pulls, for sure. Like this boss didn't have a hard end rage, didn't have a super hard healing check, and the mechanics didn't seem as if it was super mechanically intense. Now, I'm not saying that it's an easy boss and that a guild would just go in and one-shot it. They won't, of course. But usually normal mythic guilds need less tries than the Raceful First guilds. For obvious reasons. They will have more gear. And they will have the strategy laid up before them, right? So there's many times where a mythic guild needs less tries than the Raceful First guilds. Once they get to that boss. So to say that the mythic guilds will need more than 100 tries, that's not going to be true. I'm sure there's going to be loads of mythic guilds that kill this boss in very few tries. Yeah, and we get more damage and healing buff next week. Like, I think there might be mythic guilds that kill this boss in like 30 tries. Or less. I would not be surprised at all if that happens. Yeah, if there's a guild that can get to Gallywix, they'll kill Gallywix. Damned if I don't. Tally had a base tweet about it. Honestly, I don't think that Towley's... Because I saw the tweet too. But I think whatever Towley is saying is wrong. Like, I think Towley thinks that Blizzard did this on purpose, but they did not. Like, there's no shot they did this on purpose. Like, Towley says basically that he thinks that Blizzard is kind of tuning the raid around normal raiders now, and instead of around the race. But that's definitely not true. Blizzard did not intend this to happen the way it happened. I would bet a lot that they didn't want this to happen that way. Yeah, like why on earth would they make sticks randomly really hard and then make Gallywix really easy on purpose? Like that just doesn't make sense. I mean, I can pull up the tweet and then I'll tell you what I think. Alright, so Towley says, I said pre-race during the interviews that Blizzard would need to sacrifice the Racewell first for the betterment of the vision they have for the game. I wouldn't say per se it was sacrificed, but they definitely had a lot of opportunities to buff some bosses mid-raid like they have done in the past. Instead, it was the opposite. Getting rid of the need for 500 weak arts, creating more visuals in the raid like the new circles and so on. This year seemed like the first time they actually stopped playing the arm series with the Racewell First guilds. Who is mad viewers of the Racewell First? I don't think many raiders see and are mad. It will still be a 1 to 2 month battle in which is greater raid, which from, yeah. So So I think whatever Talis is insinuating is not correct. I don't think Blizzard did any of this on purpose. Like, they didn't make Styx super hard on purpose. Also, like, there's no logic behind this either, because if Blizzard would want... If Blizzard would have tuned the raid around normal Mythic Raiders, they wouldn't have made Styx so hard. They would have nerfed it, right? That doesn't really make sense. Like, there's a very logical explanation on what happened. And it makes a lot more sense than what Tauli is saying. So my explanation on what happened is they tuned the raid around the Racial first, like they always do. But they unintentionally made Styx pretty hard, and they didn't know that Styx would be as hard as it was. And then they could nerf it because the Racial first guilds were already on it. And you don't want to nerf a boss when the guilds are already deep in progression, because that would ruin the Racial first progression, right? Very similar situation on Halandris. Halandris was also a lot harder than what Blizzard intended it to be. Clearly, and nerfing it midway through progression is always like very difficult. So they left Styx the way it was, or I mean they nerfed it, but they didn't nerf it to the ground basically, right? And then what happened was that Blizzard has gotten themselves into a situation where they had to make sure the last two bosses aren't too difficult, because if the Raceable First Guilds cannot kill Gallywix before the second reset, then the boss very likely dies around the reset time, which is always something that is really bad, and Blizzard tries to avoid as much as possible, because the outrage that the community would give them if the boss dies on a Tuesday right after an A reset would be immense, right? If Gallywix survives until Monday, and then Liquid gets a reset and kills the boss, people will be very angry, understandably. Because then the whole Raceable First was kind of like wasted. Because, because then they didn't, like at that point, you don't really deserve the kill if you just kill it because you got the reset first and you got the gear first to kill it, So that's why Blizzard tries very, very, very hard to avoid kills around reset time. So they made sure that Gallywix is not too hard, but I think Blizzard overdid it. They wanted Gallywix to not be super, super hard, but they probably didn't want it to be as easy as it ended up being. So they probably wanted Gallywix to die like late Sunday or over Monday. So if Gallywix would have died today, that would have been perfect, right? But I think Blizzard just and it's difficult. Like honestly, it's difficult tuning bosses. Like it's not easy at all. Like to hit the mark perfectly to make sure that these guilds can kill the boss, but it doesn't take them too long and it's not too easy. Like that's kind of hard to do. So they just missed the mark a little bit and unfortunately made some of the bosses slightly too hard and other bosses too easy, and that's the deal. That's it, right? I don't think there's any deeper story behind it. I don't think it has anything to do with them trying to make the bosses easy for a normal raider or anything, because the logic to me just doesn't add up. If they would have tuned the raid around normal raiders, then why make mid bosses harder than the last bosses? I just don't see the logic there, right? But now let's talk about this generally, this statement. So Tauli is basically saying, even if he's saying that it was true that Blizzard is agreeing with his vision, I don't think they do. But do you agree? Do you think that the Raceable First has to be sacrificed to create a better raid for mythic raiding guilds? I guess that's the real discussion to be had about this tweet, because one thing that he also is kind of minimizing, my opinion, is the viewers as Raceable First. He goes, who is mad? Viewers as Raceable First. I don't think many raiders alike are mad. the thing is, like the one thing here that is, in my opinion, interesting is that he's kind of implying that the opinion of CE and Hall of Fame raiders is more important than the opinion of the viewers of the race first. And I don't think Blizzard agrees with that. Because the amount of CE raiders and Hall of Fame raiders there are in comparison to Race First viewers, like there's a lot more people that watch the race and are interested in that than there are people that actually rate CE and Hall of Fame themselves. So catering, or like basically sacrificing the Race First for CE and Hall of Fame raiders, like would that really make sense for Blizzard to do? I don't think so. Like if they would have to make that option, that choice, which I don't think they do. But if Blizzard has to make the choice between sacrificing the greater good of the Race First watchers or viewers versus like the CE and Hall of Fame raiders, I think they would choose the Race First viewers, frankly. Because that's the Race First viewers, that's like many more people than there are Mythic Raiders themselves. And having a good race is a lot more marketing and a lot better for the game overall, in my opinion, than the CE Raiders themselves. I think so. At least that makes sense to me, honestly. Blizzard is all about metrics and numbers. I think they care how many people are participating in their content over Twitch viewers. Yeah, but Twitch viewers directly translate to WoW players, yeah? And I don't want to say directly, but because obviously not every single person that watches the Race First also pays a subscription. But Twitch viewers, that's also numbers, that's also metrics, yeah? Blizzard certainly cares about Twitch viewers. Like they care about all social media metrics. Yeah, exactly what Thunder said. Loads of casual people get the WoW bug from watching the Race First. Yeah. You can't underestimate how impactful the Race First is as a marketing tool. Like the advertisement for World of Warcraft from the Race First is pretty immense. There's many people who get like the itch to play WoW again because they are following the race and they get like excited for it. There really are many people. And that's really important, of course. If they cared about viewers, they would host the event on their own channel. See, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's literally the opposite. Because, okay. What viewer do they want? Like, viewers that watch World of Warcraft, that's the viewers they want. They don't care which channel they watch. Blizzard does not care if you watch my stream, or the Race First stream, or the World of Warcraft stream. It doesn't matter. Because what's the purpose of a viewer of a World of Warcraft stream? It's advertisement, right? That's it. Like, the more people watch World of Warcraft as a whole, the more advertisement it is. The more people are talking about it, the more potential it has for other people to hear about World of Warcraft, to talk about their friends about it, and so on, right? It's literally, it's advertisement. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter who gets the viewers for Blizzard. As long as people are streaming WoW, it doesn't matter who gets the viewers on which channel. They care about the World of Warcraft category on Twitch. And the Race First brings in loads and loads of viewers into the World of Warcraft category. It doesn't matter that Blizzard hosts it or not. In fact, why would they host the tournament when they already get all of the benefits from the Race First without having to put any effort into it, really. It makes no sense. It's basically free advertisement for them. If they would take over the tournament, they potentially have less viewers than what we have now overall in the WoW category. And they have to spend a shit ton of money to create the event as a whole, right? So why would they do that? Like, that makes no sense. Right now, they reap all of the benefits without any... or without much costs. So yeah, so obviously Blizzard does care about the viewers a lot. And I mean, they would be stupid if they wouldn't. Same with OnlyFans, right? OnlyFans was a really big project for Classic, Hardcore Classic. And it brought in lots of people that started playing WoW again just because of the project, right? Lots of people watched Tyler 1 and Soda play WoW again after not having played it for so long, or never have played it even before. And so many new players came into the World of Warcraft universe through that project, through Twitch, right? So obviously these things are very valuable, and Blizzard knows that. Like, they're not stupid. They're very well aware that all of this is very beneficial to them. So they are supporting it as much as they can. I just started playing WoW because of OnlyFans. I don't understand what's happening in the race war first well enough to say that it made me want to play WoW. But there you go, right? Like, there's a bunch of people that started because of OnlyFans. Also, by the way, guys, if you are all confused about the race war first, I actually made a video explaining it to, like, a casual player that doesn't know anything about the race. I made it for the last race. Do you have the link to that, Kuros? So if you're a person that really does not know anything about the race, or you're like confused in what's going on, then you should check that one out, that video. Yeah, Chris linked it in the chat. There it is. I'll spam it again. I don't Mythic Raid for a long time. Heck, I'm barely playing retail at all, but Race of First always gets me hyped to watch. Yeah. There's a lot of people like that, honestly. Watching Naguura play makes me want to do M+ Q Simulator too. Hey Maddie, what's up? You waved in game? Oh, I didn't see it. Oh no, sorry. Sorry, I ghosted you in game. The race of word explained like a 5, kind of. That's actually a good point, Kenzie. Yeah, aspirational content is not a failure. If not, like, I think some people are not thinking about this the correct way. It's not even like incorrect. It's just like some people are not understanding necessarily what motivates even themselves, but also other people, right? Like, the fact that difficult content exists can be a good thing, even if very few people actually get to do the content. And why is that? Well, because just the fact that the content exists might motivate some people to get better at the game, farm more gear, get more powerful, play more, to reach or to be able to get to a point where you can access this content yourself. A very good example would be Nextramas in Classic. back in vanilla, Naxxramas was released, and the amount of people that saw Naxxramas was very little. But does that mean that Naxxramas was a failure? Does that mean that Naxxramas was like bad content? Not necessarily, right? Like a lot of people aspired to do Naxxramas and had like this like really high end goal that they're trying to reach eventually, you know? This content is only a failure if it does not give people the motivation to reach it. Like if there's content that is so difficult that in most players' minds they can never reach it and they don't even try to, then it's a failure, right? Because at that point, it does not give you aspiration or motivation to play the game more or to become better. At that point, you're just frustrated that it exists and that you'll never be able to do it. So there's a difference between difficult content just existing or content that is like so hard that you don't even feel the need to do it ever, you know? They brought Naxxramas back at the start of Wrath because no one saw it. Yeah, and it sucked. So that was a bad decision. Just because they did something doesn't mean it was the correct thing to do, right? I think the second version of Naxxramas was pretty bad, honestly, myself. I'm not sure if you guys disagree, but it was, I don't know, like, I did not like that. Thank you, 50 months. Yeah, Blue, what's up? Thank you very, very much. Also, like, a lot of people, like, whenever a race wall first is over like this, oh my god, I got invited, let's go! We can play! But every time a race like this happens, people always discuss and think about like different kind of ways on how to make the race swap first like better. But the thing is, it's good the way it is, yeah? Like, the reason why the race was a little bit underwhelming this time around was because the last boss was too easy. That's it, period. Like, all of the other things were fine. I don't know, like this race would have been super good if the last boss would have been a bit closer between the guilds and it would have been a bit harder, right? If the boss would have died today and the guilds had been progressing Gallywix the last 3 days, back and forth, then it would have been a great race and no one would have said a thing. So we don't have to fundamentally change the race wall first. Even though I understand split rates suck, like I get it. Split rates suck. The thing is, you don't have to watch the split rates, yeah? If you are bored of split rates, just don't watch them. Like, I don't watch them. Like, you just... This has been... Like, we had so many races for firsts now. And we know for a fact that there will be split rates at the start. So, all you need to do, if you like watching the race first, when the race starts... Don't get hyped. Just know that there's going to be split rates, okay? So instead of trying to tune in on Tuesday, I mean, you can tune in on Tuesday and look at a split rate, but then just do other things, you know? And maybe once in a while you can tune into the stream again, see if they're doing Mythic or not. They're probably not. 3 days later, you can tune in again. And if they do Mythic then, great. Then you can start watching the race, you know? But I think these split rates, like a lot of people, I guess a lot of people get bored by them because you're coping that they will do Mythic, but just stop coping, like, they won't. I think there's some people who's like, yes, it's Tuesday, Mythic comes out. We will see Mythic today. But just stop lying to yourself. There won't be Mythic. There will be split rates. For at least like 2 days, probably 3. And then once the split rates are over, then the race actually starts, and then you can get hyped about it, right? So, and if there's like a normal or heroic week, just don't watch that. Like it's not being interesting to watch then, yeah. Normal heroic week is it like doesn't exist. Just move on. Splits are ruining the hype. Yeah, see, I don't think splits are ruining the hype if you are aware that splits are happening, you know? Thank you so much, 83 months, White Widow. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I mean, okay, listen, like, it's not that I completely disagree with you. Like, obviously, in a perfect world, the raid would get released, and the race till first would start immediately. That would be the maximum hype. I agree with you, right? Because people are already hyped for the new patch coming out, and it would just add to the hype if people would go Mythic immediately, right? Like, that is true. But unfortunately, there is just no proper fix to the split rating issue that wouldn't affect the rest of the raiders, like the rest of the normal players, you know? And I would rather live in a world where we have split rating in the race to first compared to living in a world where there's no split rates in the race to first, but in return, everyone else that plays World of Warcraft has some sort of downside because they had to change the game around to disallow split rates for the race to first, but it affects everyone else in the game negatively, right? So I'd rather just watch the race till first 3 days after the raid comes out, rather than at the start. But at least I personally am not getting affected badly. Yeah, Tournament Realm is not something that works because the race till first is not a Blizzard organized event. It's a community-based event, and a Tournament Realm would be a Blizzard organized thing. So that's like just doesn't work, right?
5.
Unless Blizzard actually organizes the event, which we don't really want. And they don't want. But yeah, again, I think we have these discussions now because people are unhappy about the last boss tuning. Right?
Cake.
But can't we all agree that like the race war first usually is fun to watch? Like we're all watching it, right? Like the way it is. So why try to completely change the race when we already enjoy watching it the way it is?
Cake.
The only thing that this time really sucked was the last boss tuning, right? And that's something that can happen no matter what they do. Like, it doesn't matter, like, even if we don't have split rates, we might still have a shitty, like, last boss tuning. Even if we have Tournament Realms or an official Blizzard race, we might still have bad boss tuning, and the last boss will be kind of like a letdown, you know? And I do think that these, like, special things that the race has, that's part of it, you know? I honestly think some of us, like, I think that's what makes the race till first interesting for us. It's the fact that it is a community event and not officially created by Blizzard that has these, like, bits and pieces that are just, like, kind of part of the race, you know? Like, There's the different reset, there's the different sleeping, like the fact that the race goes on 24 hours. That's only possible because it's a community event. Like if this was an official Blizzard race, we wouldn't have 24 hours of Race to World First. We would have like very specific times where they're playing, maybe 5 hours a day or something, and then there would be nothing, yeah?
Defensive.
There's no shot in hell that Blizzard would make a tournament with 24-hour coverage and players are playing like 14 hours a day. Like, absolutely not. And all of these like special things that makes the race so first, that is because it's a community event, you know? It's part of it, and it kind of makes the race. So I think all of these like these ideas that people have, it's like, oh, no split rates, no this, no that. In the end, it might actually make it less interesting to watch.
Defensive.
And all of these small little dramas here and there, like that's just part of it, you know? Like it has been like this for so long, and it wouldn't be a proper race to World First without these kind of dramas. And sometimes a race is more interesting to watch, and sometimes it's less interesting, I guess. I know.
Cake.
That's just, I guess it's just part of Race to World First history, you know? I'm not saying that it's not possible to be improved, but I'm saying that any kind of drastic changes probably not really needed. The ending was funny because I went to bed and turned it on my TV bedroom. Took off my glasses. So I was just listening, randomly put on my glasses and looked up where the boss was like 30% on a kill attempt. Like, that's a good Calandra. Who bullied you into the foot cam? I unfortunately said that I would turn it on for 20 subscribers. It was a great mistake.
Another one. Where's my drink?
The walking pad cost me 130 euros. I believe. And when I say it cost me 130 euros, it was actually an anonymous gifter that gifted it to me from my throne.
All of you, feed on the void. Let it stop.
Did he manage to walk? Can he make a tutorial? That'd be so funny. Can you imagine just making a walking tutorial? So, hello everybody. My name is Naguura, and today I will teach you how to walk. So, first of all, you take one of your foots. You take one of your foots. You hold it up in the air by bending your knee. And then you move it forward. Then step down on the ground. Make sure you touch the ground with your heel first. This would be a great guide, honestly. taking notes. Continue.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here signed some
Totem.
papers he didn't read. And now
Totem.
Goldie Barenbottom is beaten
Charge.
over this joint.
Help me. Please get my meadery back, Outlander.
1 foot in the air. Baby keys and baby steps tutorial.
Totem.
Oh.
Charge.
Structure's unclear. I tripped and broke my arm. Well, thankfully, I have tips for that too, because I also recently broke my wrist. So, if you want to know what to do with a cast, let me know. All you have to do is turn into a real-life streamer, because you can still do hiking with a cast on. You can still operate an excavator with a cast on. I found out. You can still solder your phone in case you need to change your screen.
Totem. Charge.
What? Fuck.
Charge.
That was close. Owie. Hey, Disha, what's up? How are you? It works, I'm doing it. You walking sim? Oh my god, really? I'm so proud of you. Guys, I want to do a real life stream this week, but I don't know what to stream. Should I go skiing? Or ski touring? Or sledding? Sledding would be kind of fun.
After any shred of control.
Paragliding? I will do paragliding again, but in July, in summer. Hey Kyle, what's up? What will the next RL stream be? So I'm thinking either on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
Oh no, my stills, they bypassed the
But not
filter.
sure.
It's running too
The weather should be good all
will be
days.
substandard.
Totem. Charge.
Yeah, but there'll be more of it. More me, more money.
But definitely doing a real life stream this week for sure. Wow.
Liquid was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
Totem. Totem. Totem.
Totem. Totem. Totem.
Charge.
Oh, where did these guys come from? Oh, yeah.
Totem. Totem.
I did go paragliding, yes, and there is
Charge.
a video on YouTube. You can check it out. Yeah. I had so much fun paragliding. It was so fucking
Totem.
cool. Kuros linked the video in the chat, or Stream Elements bot linked it.
Yeah. Feed. All of you. Feed on
Oh, I'm meeting it. Oh, I'm a meeting in 10 minutes.
fill you.
Charge.
Wait, fuck! Well. Shit. Well, so, I think I have to finish this dungeon during the meeting, guys. I might have not looked at the time there for a sec. Whoops. Time management on point, as per usual. Well, alright guys, I'm gonna have to leave you. I completely did not see that it's so late already.
Totem. Charge.
Well guys, thank you very much for hanging out. I will see you again tomorrow for... Tomorrow I will definitely still play WoW. Tomorrow there's no real life stream. So tomorrow I will see you for more Mythic Plus because I need to fill up my vault still and I need to do one heroic boss for my raiding vault as well. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you as always very, very much. Thanks for the fun discussions around the race and stuff. I always like talking to you guys. Remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet. That would really help me out if you leave a follow. And if you want to check out my YouTube channel, I post stuff there all the time. World of Warcraft guides, but also other videos about other things I do on my stream and stuff. Like the paragliding. And check out my Instagram and my Twitter and my Blue Sky. I'm called Naguura everywhere. My TikTok as well. Let me find somebody to host real quick while I continue doing this dungeon here.
Totem. Totem. Totem.
Scrabbling after any shred of control.
Let's watch...
Totem. Totem.
Let's watch Kira.
Yeah. And we sub cage or something? No, we cannot sub because
Kira's doing high keys.
there will be stealth detected. But we will see.
Good defense is the first one.
Alright, thank you so much for watching, guys, and have a nice rest of your day. And enjoy yourselves. Hope your Monday isn't too bad, and hope your Tuesday isn't even worse than your Monday. It will be. Sorry, but that's just how it is.
What the fuck?
Thanks for watching, though. Have a good one, guys.
Ads.
Bye.
Oh. I like this build.